Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Friday edition of High on Politics. It is indeed Casual Friday. At least that's how I'm treating it. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hey, Bryant, how you doing? Glitch, we are early indeed. Well, I mean, we're on time. I hope that you guys are having a good day. Hope you had a good day yesterday as well. I did some... I took care of a lot yesterday. Got to do some things for uni. We are, we're making some plans. We're trying to figure out just some fun things that are not too strenuous for. So it's right now. It is the hardest point of the chemo. We talked to the doctors about this. They said that once you're over like the third treatment, then it's kind of like your body starts getting more used to it, and then we get more updates after that, and it's so rough, guys. But again, thank you for all the support and the kind words and all the thoughts. I do appreciate it, and you know what? Putting that out in the universe, that's the kind of positivity that I definitely need. So thank you. Dude, I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's rough, guys. I'm not trying to start the show on too, deep of a note, but it was a rough day. Yeah, it's impossible to watch somebody go through this, but she is, and I know like this is kind of shitty to say, but like everybody says this about the people that they love, but I mean this. She is the strongest woman I have ever known, and she's got this. She has got this. It just, you know what? We're taking it day at a time. She even said, like, that's how we have to do this. She also wanted me to tell you guys that she does miss you. She misses you all. She wishes that she could even participate, but it's just too much right now. So, again, hey, Pep, yeah, wishing you both the best. Thank you. I really appreciate that, guys. It means a lot. Anyway, like I was saying, was able to do some nice things for her, set up some things. Yeah. Also, we have because I got sick. Forgot to silence my phone. My bad, guys. You know what? These scam calls are getting insane. Just gonna say that much too. Thanks, Trump. And the FTC, yeah, that's a thing. But yeah, because I got sick, she had to go and stay with a relative. So right now, it sucks. But out of the abundance of caution, because I am still feeling sick. I had it yesterday too, which really sucked. I know that I said I was feeling better, but I think it was the adrenaline of the stream and just overall, like, you know how it goes where you feel sick initially, then yeah, it's like, oh, I can tackle this day. This is no problem. Then the next day you wake up, you're just like, never mind. Kind of what happened to me. So yeah, she's out of an abundance of caution. We are right now. Yeah, she has to stay with a relative, which sucks because it goes right back to the pandemic days. Like, it really did feel like that, where I was just like, okay, So all my tests are negative, but yeah, you just can't F around with chemo. Like, there's no doing that. So anyway, like I said, guys, thank you for all the well wishes and just in general, keeping her in your thoughts. It means the world to me. So, alrighty, we have a lot to get to. I really wish I could have gone live, an hour earlier, because Donald Trump talked in the MAMDANI presser. That was insane. So we're gonna pretty much just go right into that and kind of gauge the reactions as we go through the night, because oh boy, I can see already Fox News and a whole bunch of righties flipping the F out. It is hilarious. So if you guys haven't already seen it, thank God. I'm looking forward to watching this one with you guys. Hey, what up, Pinkerbell? How you doing? Welcome to stream. You guys know the deal, by the way. Hit the like button on the way in. Oh, yep, that sucks. Yeah. No, yeah, Pinkerbell, I just gave a minor update. We had to move the missus over to a relative's house because just out of an abundance of caution with me being sick, and it does seem like I have some, like, I hate to say it, it might be neurovirus. Because, oh boy, it's not fun. Like, no one was live covering it. I got stuck watching the AP stream. Yeah, that was the same one that I watched. That's the one I have pulled up right now. Although, you know who was covering it, and I didn't think about it. Steve, our boy Steve was covering it. But so what we're gonna do is we're gonna watch. Actually, you know what? We have three different ones, because Fox News just put theirs out, but there's no live reaction. So I don't know about that. It's going around. Yeah. Oh man. Okay. So let's just call it. I got neurovirus. Because I'll tell you what, man, it's been bad. I think I'll be good on stream today. I took the proper precautions, and just overall, you know, I've got my my giant cup of water here, which I should probably tackle. Ooh, that hits. It would be funny if Zoran started the meeting by asking Trump to define communism. Gamer Jame, just wait. If you haven't seen it, it is actually on that level of craziness. It really is. And the thing is, it doesn't go the way you think it does. I do not want to ruin this, but it didn't go the way that the Republicans and every right-winger thought it was going to go. Like, it's pretty crazy. It's not that crazy to me. Well, it's crazy to me because I didn't think that Trump could be swayed that much, but I think that something must have been said. There must have been a bro-off. There must have been something. Like, before they invited the press in, I swear that Zoran came in doing like the, hey, we're from New York. We can definitely we can talk this out, you know. I'm New York, you're New York, we're New Yorkers. And Trump is just like, you know what? I have always loved the Big Apple. I've always identified as a New Yorker. Like, you know that he played to that, because here, we got to get to it, guys. You know what? Screw it. This is a little bit different than my normal format. That's why, but I do appreciate you guys you know, sticking around through the personal stuff. Also, guys, can you please just keep her in your thoughts, prayers, whatever you guys do. Just putting the good energy out there. If you could take even just a minute to kind of just say, hey, you know, good things for Mrs. Pep. That would just, it means the world to me. It's kind of weird as somebody that doesn't really believe in karma that I'm kind of like looking for just positive energy, but the good vibes is really like it does help. Alrighty. So, real quick, before we do this, I want to do a quick poll. Let's find out which feed to watch. So which Trump dash MAMDANI feed should we watch. I spell it wrong. Fox. AP. Steve. Dash agenda free. All right. I'm going to keep it up for about 5 minutes, and then we're going to go for it. Let me know which one you guys want to see, because these are the 3 feet. Steve, we got our... Somebody went right for Steve. I appreciate that one. That was kind of what I was thinking. It's like, Steve! I don't expect Trump to go 180, but this is how we should have acted. Trump... Yeah, no. This is... Or attacked. Attacked. I want to see Fox. I need to preface that Fox doesn't have any coverage. They don't have any actual commentary coverage to it. It's just Fox. They don't even run the Chiron. So I think that Steve is winning at 67%. Steve's reaction will probably be the best because it is a live reaction. Because I watched the AP one, so I haven't seen Steve's reaction yet. So I gotta vote Steve. It seems like you guys are voting Steve. This poll didn't even have to last that long. I think that we should go with Steve. Because, yeah, I should have put that on the poll that Fox does not have commentary. The Fox commentary is coming. He's a sponge. I know, but it's fun to watch him. It's fun to watch it. Yeah, AP's chat was wild. You were in there? Damn it. I should have shouted you out. I didn't know. Next time, shout me out, or we can try and be like, hey, Pep. But, hey, hello, Pep and Chatters. God bless Mrs. Pep, and fuck cancer. Thank you, Kat. I really appreciate that. Yeah, like I said, guys, all of that matters a lot to me, because it's nice to think that people, care. And it sucks. Nobody deserves this. I'm hoping with all my heart. You know what? She's strong. She's gonna kick this thing's ass. I have just steadfast belief that she's going to just beat this thing. Also, I think that I'm gonna focus on just being positive. My auntie passed away from it. I would never wish it on anyone. Yeah. Yeah, cancer sucks. All right, so it looks like we're at 60% for Steve. Oh, Steve's still winning. I think I might have to close it, though. And if I do, then it's Steve. Which Steve is still going to be like the right-wing version of it. Let's see. Is there a Chiron at all on Fox? No, if it's just a Fox News alert, there's no commentary at all. What I do want to do, though, is look at the comments on the Fox feed after we're done watching it, because that'll be fun. So what I will do is I will make sure that we have that pulled up for after we watch the coverage. And I'm going to end the poll now. We're going with Steve. No one wanted AP. Literally nobody wanted the AP. That's fucking crazy. 0%. 0.0. I gotta get that from the Breakfast Club. Alright, so alright. We've got Steve. Let's take a look at the coverage. Alright. I gotta prep this one. You've already seen the AP one? Well. Saw. Well, nice correction. Yes, same. So technically, it was because I had that already pulled up from when I was watching it. So, it was in my YouTube history, which was kind of funny because I was in the middle of doing something else too, where I kept hearing the questions, and I'm like, what the fuck? I had to kind of do that. Like, is he praising him? And then I stopped what I was doing. I'm like, I gotta take a look. Yeah, I got this You see this? You see this? This one little piece. It was bothering me the other day, too. Ugh, it's annoying. Anyway. But yeah, let's get to Steve's coverage. We're going to go full screen on this. I usually don't, but... oh, that's too much. I'll go theater mode. There we go. All right. So, I did see the Trump MAMDANI coverage from the AP already, but with the lack of any right-wing reaction channels doing anything with it, we're going to go back and we're going to watch Steve react to the Trump MAMDANI meeting, which if you guys have not seen, I hope you guys are prepared for it because it doesn't go the way you think. I was genuinely surprised by the outcome. And I think that tonight's coverage on Fox News is going to be golden. We're going to keep an eye out on that. If you guys can also do me a solid, and if you see any clips, please send them to the Discord or just alert me through the chat. I will go right to them. We got a long night ahead of us. Let's start it now.
What a turn of events. What a turn of events.
What a turn of events. Is this the end of it? No, it's the beginning. Oh, so I'm not going to rewind for the context. All right, I'll give you a like.
Hold on. Do I have footage of this? No. Give me a moment, though. Give me a moment. There might be another feed I have to pull up.
I kept this on purpose because I was just like, let's see him go into the coverage.
No, so what I think is going to happen is this. Here it is. Here's the camera right now. Here it is. We got it.
Yes! Oh, my God. Oh, this is the reason that I do this, guys. Every single time. He gets so genuinely excited when something happens. Like, oh my God, something happened. Something happened. Oh, the camera's moving. The camera's moving. He never disappoints right there. Steve giving us the gold right away. I was kind of worried there. I was like, all right. This is going a little long, but it was worth it.
We got it. It's live. Oh, no, hold on.
Oh my God.
That's not the right one. That's the wrong one. We're going to, hang on a moment. I know you're seeing him.
Oh.
Just give me a second, because I have to show you the feed that I have the rights to. Here he is.
Just had a great
Keep forgetting that he has to do that.
meeting.
Here he is. Here he is.
Productive meeting. We have
Yeah, did you just see how
one thing
excited
in
he got?
common. We want this city of ours that we love to do very well. And I wanted to
I was about to say, so Steve, the audio's off. Man, you were waiting for this for how long? Live. And you somehow managed to miss when they went live? I give you an F, sir.
congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people. And he beat him easily.
Now he's got dual
Very
audio.
productive meeting.
Hey, remember, you guys voted for this.
One thing in common, we talked
Although you got a few people, you got 40% of the chat that was just like, I did not vote for this,
about
indeed.
some things in very strong
said that
common,
backwards.
like housing and getting housing built, and food and prices, and the price of oil is coming way down. That anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York, and we've got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying
He still has two audio.
to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less.
Dude, I thought I was bad with the technical difficulties. This guy has almost 1 million followers. He, on average, has over like 10,000 people in his chats, and he somehow
Less than last year, so that's good.
This is why I don't fret about like the tactical aspect of things and being too professional, because you got shit like this that just is that it flies. Everybody's fine
For
with
New
it.
York, good for everybody. But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. And the better he does, the happier I am. I will say there's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything, and we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true. Having a strong and very safe
gotta
New York.
figure this
And
out, Steven.
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
And again, right off the bat, he's just like, you know what? Good. He ran a tough campaign, and you know what? He came out the winner.
I appreciate
This is crazy. Okay, right there, the body language on him just, oh, here we go.
the meeting with the president, and as he said, it was a productive meeting focused on a place of shared admiration and love, which is New York City, and the need to deliver affordability to New Yorkers, the 8.5 million people who call our city their home, who are struggling to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America. We spoke about rent, we spoke about groceries, we spoke about utilities, we spoke about the different ways in which people
I love seeing him change the title.
are being pushed out, and I appreciated the time with the president. I appreciated the conversation. I look
Friday
forward
cheers, by
to
the way.
working together.
Yes, bringing in the weekend. Happy 421, pep talks, celebration.
To deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
President Trump, Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I've got a question for you, and then
All right, New York Post, right off the bat.
also one for the mayor-elect. For you, you've referred to Mr. MAMDANI as a communist. Could you describe why you feel that way? And also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister Netanyahu if he visits New York?
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question, and on your first part, I mean, he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works. Or
If Kat could do this, Chicago would be cooking. She's not running for mayor.
he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot from when I first came to office.
No, if Brandon Johnson could get off his ass and actually give in, like, just do what he said he was going to do. He ran on a pretty much solidly DSA campaign.
It's now quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term. And I can tell you,
Trump got charmed. You can tell.
some of my views have changed.
I wonder what he said, though. That's where I was going with that. I'm wondering what Mamdani, said to him, just like, hey, my New York brother, yay, you know what? I like the Mets, but the Yankees are doing good this year.
And,
Like,
we had discussions
how's it
on
going?
some things. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but
No, I'm genuinely asking you guys, what do you think Mamdani said to Trump that made him just swoon? He is in full-on swoon mode.
that
Real estate? Ooh, Elaney.
I feel very confident that he can do a
That's
very
a good
good
one.
job. I think he's going to be. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually, and some very
Dude, they do not want to hear this.
liberal people.
Oh my God, the press, every single person in there, except for the photographers, because they're just trying to get their pictures. They have got to be so mad.
People he won't surprise them.
Do you think this is where I was kind of saying I wanted to see the Fox News live reactions? I wish we could have seen Fox and Friends doing except I need this. I need them to be staring at the TV WWE style, arms crossed, kind of looking sideways, just kind of peeking over to the camera guy, just
Because they already like him.
And for Mr. Mamdani, it sounds like you had a productive discussion, but just days ago you referred to
I think he's just young and handsome and charismatic and cool.
President Trump as a despot who
Holy shit, is this I know! Thank you, Kaz! You're the only one that so far had the proper reaction where it's like, wait, what?
betrayed the country. You said you'd be his worst nightmare and accused him of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract any of these remarks in order to improve your relationship?
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views, and what I really appreciate
I remember this question.
about the president is that the meeting that we
I
had
was just like, ooh, that's an interesting one. Will he
focused
fuck
not
this
on
up?
places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of the 8.5 million people who are currently struggling under a cost of living crisis, with 1 in 4 living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it.
And I've been called much
Good answer.
worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting.
God damn it! No, Trump's doing the thing. This is it, guys. Every time I say that Trump is funny, that shit.
Maybe I think he'll
You know what? Yeah, I've been called a despot. I've been called worse before.
change his mind after we get to working together. Yes, please.
Mr. President, Anthony Marshak from MTV
Oh, this
Lebanon.
is weird.
I would like to ask you a question about the Middle East regarding, you did said that Hezbollah in Lebanon is not in a good position. And Lebanon now is the final unresolved after Gaza and Syria. Given your assessment, like, what do you say for the Lebanese today?
They gave him a Valium, didn't they? He seems really malleable. Like, he does seem a little slower, too.
It's the Independence Day in Lebanon. And what
I know that you're making a joke, but for real,
your
it
next
does seem like there's something going on.
move to push toward disarmament, the disarmament.
No JD Vance yelling something about thank you, Taco for a win. What face of Trump are we seeing? Well, okay, so that's also something, you brought up a good point there. His cabinet's not
We
there.
are pushing for total disarmament of Hamas and, frankly, everybody else. And we actually have peace in the Middle East. As you know, the King of Saudi Arabia just left yesterday. We had some great meetings, and he's made a contribution
the
toward the
same way.
United States of more than $1 trillion. We have now over $20 trillion coming in. No country has ever had anything like that, not even.
Did you guys see that there was this thing with Grok yesterday where it was reported that if you type in anything about Elon Musk, Grok would be like, Elon Musk is the best at Sega Genesis games. Elon Musk is the best at playing any video game ever. So they kind of noticed that, and they trained the AI to say that he's the best pee drinker on the planet.
Close. If you go to 2 trillion or 1 trillion, it's a lot. We have 20 or 21 trillion dollars.
I would have covered it yesterday had I been able to go on.
I think that Hezbollah has been a problem in Lebanon, big problem. We're working with Lebanon.
Did anybody catch who that reporter was with?
We're working with everybody in the Middle East. That's another thing I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East, and we actually have now, for the first time, peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years. And now we're going to refine it, and I think you're going to see some very positive things happen.
There is a potential to invite the Lebanese president to meet you to the White House.
I would do that, absolutely. And if the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strongly. I think you feel very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East. I think
MTV Lebanon, I believe.
We desperately want it.
Are you kidding?
And that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road,
I can tell just by looking at them. I'm not sure if you guys are just listening to this, but the faces on some of the reporters in there, they are pivoting and they're sitting there like scratching off questions and kind of like
asked them why. I heard again and again two major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights, and they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
You said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that.
President Trump, I have this hat as well.
I'll do that. I'll sign it. Give it to me. I'll sign it in a minute. That's pretty good.
Mr. President, you've threatened to send federal
Did he
troops
really just ask for a fucking hat signature? Ew.
to New York City. You both have differences when it comes to ICE agents.
You don't do that to people like when you're at an NBA conference. Have some decorum.
New York.
Yeah, this is bananas.
City. Mr. Mamdani, you've called ICE a rogue government entity. I wonder how you reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Dude, listen to that guy's tone.
Well, I think we're going to work
How do you reconcile your differences on something so serious?
them out, and I think that if we
Dude, this is kind of funny because it's also showing Trump just be like, haven't you guys figured out I don't give a shit about half of this? Come on, man, he was nice to me. Be nice to him.
have known murderers and known drug dealers and some very bad people.
I just learned about Banana Ball. No shit, you just learned about Savannah Bananas today? Oh, man.
You know.
I couldn't go. Wrigley was completely sold out, and they did one with, whatever White Sox Park is now. I call it Comiskey still. Yeah, they're doing it there, but sold out too.
And the mayor wants to have peace. We discussed this at great length, actually, maybe more than anything else. He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk about anything you want. If you don't have safe streets, it's not going to be a success. So we're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if there are horrible people there, we want to get them out. I think he wants to get them out, maybe more than I do. So we'll work together. We discussed it at great length. Yes, please.
Yeah, two questions, if I may. One for you, Mr. President, on BBC in a second. But first of all, for the mayor-elect.
Zoran's also keeping the police commissioner, from my understanding.
You're both from different parts of the political spectrum. You're both populists, though, and I just wonder to what extent the president's campaign style, his techniques, his social media use inspired any part of your campaign.
Well, I actually told the president that, you know, so much of the focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, when we saw an increase in his numbers in New York City, that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they spoke about the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those voters,
dude, Zoran is crushing this.
Who voted for President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focus on that same cost of living, and that's where I am really.
Man, even the bros, they're gonna have to just cave here, because look at, like, you know those body language guys, the guys that, like, they're just like, look, his shoulders kind of slouch. He lost his alpha male pose. He hasn't broken it once.
Looking forward to delivering for New York.
Both populists say, yeah, right. This is wild. Now America sees this, that socialists are not three-headed monsters. Don't underestimate the impact this has. No, I know when they are being fed that he's a jihadist or a communist. No, this is going to be huge. Now you are going to start seeing some even like MAGA, like the MAGA light guys, the ones that were kind of on the cusp that really didn't like the other bullshit of the party, that specifically don't like the Republican politicians. They're going to start coming around to this, man. This is big.
In partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
And I think we have to work a little bit.
Okay, we get it, man. You can't let him have the last, like, he really is such a textbook narcissist where he cannot let Zoran have the last word in his White House. So he's just like, I'm gonna hold on, I have something to say. Something it's good for New York. All right, cool.
We talked about Con Edison. We have to work a little bit on getting the
groceries. Nobody ever heard of the word before. Why is everybody going and getting
prices? Because, you know, we've gotten fuel prices way down, but it hasn't shown up in Con Edison. And we're going to have to talk to them. You know, if we're saying,
hey, how about you go to state by state and talk to all the electrical companies, but also talk to, you know, this is a policy thing there, Mr. Trump, where you have these AI data centers coming in, and they're the ones that are specifically raising the energy rates because of how much they're using. And you guys just made it impossible for us to kneecap them.
Them fuel at a much lower price than it was a year ago, which is true. We have to get Con Edison to start lowering the rates.
Capitalism might be over.
Absolutely.
It's over. It's over. Capitalism might be over. Socialism for the win.
Last week you told me you were pushing ahead with your
Look at their faces. Oh my God.
Plans to
Look
sue the
at
BBC.
them. She is so mad. Oh, dude. She don't care. She don't care. He mad. He mad. Ooh,
for up to
this
$5 billion. You're going to speak to Prime Minister Starmer as well.
Go?
Is there any progress or any updates on those issues?
Well, we get along very well.
The idea of Trump being a secret commie makes me want to throw up.
With the Prime Minister, we met.
I mean, dude, based Trump was not something I had on my bingo card for the end of the week, I got to say, especially look at it from week to week. Look at where we were last Friday with the Epstein files to today. What is going on?
To deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person. And, you know, I think they have some big energy problems. You know, they've got windmills all over the place. They're gonna
Oh, my God, his vendetta against windmills. He really hates those things. I swear to God. It's all because he went to Scotland and he saw the windmills that were there and he got really pissed at them.
Using other methods because their energy is out of control. Talking about in the UK, it's out of control.
I knew it. It's the Scottish golf courses.
And he's got that problem. He's got a big immigration problem, as you know, and he's got a big energy problem. And we talk about it. He's a good man. Prime Minister.
This is crazy. He's a good man. He just direct quote from Donald Trump in regards to Zoran Mamdani. He's a good man. Wow, dude. I can't wait for the coverage later. Oh man, I might have to do a supercut.
I haven't spoken this week.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Zelensky, or do you intend to meet with him, President Zelensky, about...
Is he mellow because he thinks he's not going to be asked about the files? Oh, that's an interesting take.
Plan? Are you going to meet with them?
I've spoken with their people. We have a plan. It's horrible what's happening. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame. And I thought they should have acted quicker. But it's a cold winter, and a lot of the you talk about utilities, but a lot of the big energy producing plants have been under attack, to put it mildly.
Do you think he's cynically going to try and use like socialist support for and just be like, look, guys, I've always been a populist. You guys want cheaper energy? You guys want cheaper groceries? Like, he's doing the thing. He's trying to campaign now, and he's trying to use the momentum of Mamdani.
Put it nicely.
Again, I'm getting excited here, but I also do want to keep a healthy level of cynicism. I don't want to just be like, look,
yeah, we have a way of getting peace, or we think we have a way of getting peace. He's going to have to approve it. Just so sad. So many people.
He wants to be as popular as FDR, and he doesn't know how.
Month they lost 25,000.
Well, then maybe, just maybe, don't. I mean, he's what, 2 days removed from calling for the execution of Democrats that disagreed with him,
soldiers,
and called to maintain the oath to the Constitution.
This is something we haven't seen anything like this since the Second World War. And they're averaging 6,000 or 7,000 a week between the two of them, dead soldiers, and it goes on. And I think they're getting reasonably close, but it's.
Okay, now he's rambling. Like, okay.
I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals of countries, including in India, Pakistan.
Which India, Pakistan, they would like to refute that.
You could even go. In fact, they're coming.
This interview is low key, kind of funny.
Here in a week or two.
Listen, can we just admit that this is hilarious?
Go to the Congo and Rwanda. That was 10 million people dead, and we worked something out on that. But so many, and the one I thought would have been for me, because I have a very good relationship with President Putin. I thought that would have been maybe quicker, but it does take 2 to tango, and now. You just see all the death. And, it doesn't affect us other than
he was talking crap until she complimented him 2 weeks ago.
The fact that we don't want to see all those people dead. Really, it's on the other side of the ocean. It's a war that should have never happened. It did happen. I blame the person also sitting right behind this desk. This is a war that should have never happened.
But he didn't say Biden. Was that calculated, or did he just do an absolute, like an accidental, like, show of good, what's the word I'm looking for? Like,
and it wouldn't have happened if I were president. But we're trying to save a lot of lives. They're losing 25,000 lives over the last short period of time. That's Ukrainian and Russian, and it's a shame.
What happens
Go through that whole thing.
I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution. It just passed overwhelmingly to condemn.
Oh my God, right off the bat. Dude, her body language and the way that... So, I want to ask the mayor about a continuing resolution and what he said. He said some nasty things about you.
Socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement.
Oh, ew, she's like...
of you. What's your reaction to that?
Man. I'm just gonna go out and say it. That was super cunty. That was shit. There was no reason for her to be like that hostile.
To be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions.
I have a feeling that ain't gonna look good.
Frankly, I've been focusing.
Socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you, I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that, and I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is
horrors of socialism.
The work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist, and your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
Oh, like, oh my God, did you like call him a fascist?
I've spoken about.
That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay.
It's okay. You can just say yes. Whatever. She sucks.
It's easier.
It would have been funny if he was just like, quiet, piggy.
It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
And Mr. President, I wanted to ask you also about this Ukraine plan. President Zelensky said today that his country would risk either giving up a partner or giving up its dignity. There's been criticism that this deal proposal.
He doesn't like it?
It's unclear. He was sort of tenuous about
He'll
it.
have to like it, and if he doesn't like it, then they should just keep fighting, I guess.
The suggestion that he made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine. Is that
Well, at some
accurate?
point he's going to have to accept something. He hasn't accepted. You remember right in the Oval Office not so long ago, I said, you don't have the cards. Don't forget, I inherited this war. This war never would have.
You're the only one owning this fucking thing. Like, that's the weird thing, dude. We're not involved in this. So why do you keep saying shit like that? Like you are the king of the world who, if you were there, Putin would have listened to you. Yeah, he really showed that, dude. Come on. Like, this is weird. This is weird because now he's owning a conflict that he doesn't necessarily need to. So this is a voluntary L on him.
Happened. I inherited this war.
No, you really didn't. Either did Biden, to be fair, man. He was going to do what he was going to do.
And I thought he should have made a deal a year ago, 2 years ago. The ultimate deal would have been if it never started. That would have been the good deal. That
Yeah, that means that Putin doesn't start the fucking war, you dumb schmuck.
could have been done too if you had the right president, but you didn't have the right president.
Mr. President, the cost of living is something that you and Mr. Mamdani seem to agree on. Democrats have run New York City for a long time, Mr. Mamdani. Do you see Democrat policy specifically as being a problem? And I'd like that be a question that both of you could answer in New York City.
Look, I think that there are many things in our city where we have to own the responsibility.
Man, they really are trying to like get these guys to argue on something.
Of it, things that existed long before the president was the president, and those
Steve
are also
going to have a little more commentary here, to be completely honest. But hey,
so
you know what?
part of the message of our campaign was to take on a broken politics of the past, and I ran against a number of candidates who represented different versions of that past. And what we found time and again is that working people were left behind in the politics of our city. And what we're looking to do is put those people right back at the heart of our politics, so that we don't have a situation where we're in the wealthiest city in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 5 can't even afford $2.90 for a Metro card.
Mr. Mamdani.
We had some interesting conversation, and some of his ideas really are the same ideas that I have.
Oh my God, did he really just...
A big
Is he setting it up, or it's like, you know what? I had that idea too. Great minds and all.
thing on cost. The new word is affordability. Another word is just groceries. It's sort of an old-fashioned word, but it's very accurate. And they're coming down high. They were.
Another word is groceries.
We had both of us.
Someone get, seriously, someone get Grandpa on. This is wild, man. These are his Biden moments. We just need to acknowledge what these are. These aren't just him pontificating anymore. This is him slipping.
Highest inflation in the history of our country the last 4 years under the Biden administration. And
no, technically, oh my God.
We've got inflation down now to a normal.
Technically, but that was caught, if you want to use the same logic that you do all the time, then it was caused by you and your policies.
It's going to go even a little bit lower than that. Katie, do you have something?
Mr. President, thank you so much.
Whatever pills they gave him today, they need to keep it up. Either that, or he's just he took the pill of charm from Zoran.
Donnie often talks.
Zoran just he showered him in charming, and he's just like, you know what? I'm running that high. I just smelled whatever cologne he's using, and it gave me a nice little buzz.
About New York City being
it's
covered by
it's the smell of socialism.
International law, that they will follow international law. Doesn't often talk about the U.S. Constitution. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms it can be covered by international law, local law. It's covered by a lot of laws, but it's covered by U.S. law. Are you referring to anything in particular?
He just says that they're a city that endorses and enforces international law. Is that at odds
with
No,
US
I don't
law?
know. Would you want to respond to
Yeah,
that?
I think what I've shared with the
I love how he pivots when he doesn't have an answer, though. It's kind of funny.
President
Hey, you know what? Why don't you ask the smarter guy? This guy, he knows what's up.
is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board. And that's something that we've talked about and something that I know many New Yorkers want.
Will you work with ICE? Will you work with ICE then?
We discussed ICE and New York City, and I spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about
Did someone say seize the means of production? I like the sound of it.
170 serious crimes.
Just put a Trump sticker on
The
it.
concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration.
Oh my God. South Park really nailed his, like, the little things he does when he's not talking. That
Laws on
reactions.
New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and most recently we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with
probably explain socialism is not communism.
what that is.
He brought a chart. That's what it is, guys. Zoran probably did. He probably brought a chart. He's just like, and here, this is socialism. This is communism. These are not the same thing. This is what I believe. This is what I think that we can work together on.
Mr. Mamdani,
What we did is we discussed crime. More than ICE per se, we discussed crime. And he doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime. And I have very little doubt that we're not going to get along on that issue. He wants to, and he said some things that were very interesting. Very interesting as to housing construction. And
While I'm sitting here laughing, this is my thought. Every time that I have a reaction of just like, whoa, what? That's insane. The opposite reactions happening with like the Fox Newsers and like the right wingers, where they've got to be like, what? Oh, what's he doing?
he wants to see houses go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, etc. And you know, we actually people would be shocked, but I want to see the same thing.
I remember when they didn't have groceries, nobody knew how they got food. It was on a Democratic hoax. Nobody's ever seen it. It's like, you're doing a fantastic job. Shut up, Piggy. That's what I said to the Biggly Wiggly when I walked out. I was just like, shut up, Piggy. Your bags are, they're a little too swishy. You know what? Back to paper bags. Which one's louder? I think that the plastic bags are a little bit louder.
protesters.
Jack?
Mr. President, I wanted to know one of the policies
MAGA is that lost.
as well that Mayor-elect Mandami talked a number of times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on.
Oh my God, I can already see this
on
one.
white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance
Where you going with that one, dude?
speech, you didn't mention.
Oh my God, is that Jack Posobiec? Jack Posobiec thought that this was a gotcha question, and he gets.
Anything about
I'm not going to spoil this one, but this is funny.
Or Christians or white people in general, and so I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys had spoken about.
We focused on affordability. We focused on the cost of living crisis. What I will say is that I am very much interested in property tax reform because what we see right now in New York City is a system that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also making sure that regulation of housing is something that is manageable to actually get through and not the cause of yet another weight that we see in
But
our
to be
city.
clear, you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
That's what you said.
no, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
You're not on Piers Morgan, even though you fail at that too.
No, we intend to create a fair property tax system because we
He
want
really
a
isn't effective.
New York City that is not only fair and equitable, but also one that every New Yorker can afford.
Please, God.
Mr. Mamdani, anti-Israel protesters just targeted a synagogue in New
Egg on your face there, Jack.
York. Are you concerned about Jewish New Yorkers feeling welcome and safe in the city? And President Trump, you've threatened to cut off federal funding to New York City. What policies would prompt you to do that? Would that be city-run grocery stores? Would it be something else?
Well, I think if we didn't get along, whether it's cut off or just make it a little bit difficult or not give as much, we want to see, I use the term, we don't want good money going after bad, and we don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen.
Steve, do you have an opinion on any of this? He has not reacted to a single thing yet.
I did say that, subject to what policies are being said. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things that I agree with. Now, we may disagree how we get there. The rent coming down, I think one of the
What MAGA never seems to grasp is there are many of their complaints aren't uniquely conservative. They cut across the entire political spectrum. Most of us want better lives, less corruption,
things I really
more accountability.
leaned very much to.
Yeah, but somehow they're the ones who always get manipulated into shouting against getting any of that.
He'd like to see him come down, ideally, by building a lot of additional housing.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate way. He agrees with that, and so do I. But if I read the newspapers and the stories, I don't hear that. But I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I don't expect. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help, because I want New York City to be great. Look, I love New York City. It's where I come from. I spent a lot of years there. Now I'm right here. We took a big setback with the mayor that we had, named de Blasio. I thought it was a tremendous setback for the city. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great.
Mr. President, Mr. President,
How about you?
Thank you, Mr. President. You're a billionaire. You have a different address nowadays than you used to, but you used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a MAMDANI administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would. Especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
What makes you comfortable?
Wow.
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought.
Dude, they're so mad. Did you hear his tone in that? What makes you think that?
I think he's, I want him to do a great job, and we'll help him do a great job. You know, he may have different views, but in many ways, you know, we were discussing when Bernie Sanders was.
What did Zoran say to him?
Out of the race, I picked up a lot.
I really need to know now. I need to know what Zoran said.
Of his votes, and people.
This is cool.
People had no idea, because he was strong on not getting ripped off in trade and lots of the things that I've practiced and been very successful on. Tariffs, a lot of things. Bernie Sanders and I agreed on much more than people thought. And when he was put out of the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me.
Hakeem Jeffries and the Democratic leadership has never admitted that. What is happening?
And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that.
I hate to make it, but hey, you know what? Stranger Things is about to start back up. When did we end up in the Upside Down? I didn't expect to start the weekend like this, guys.
Saying that, and you know, it just turned out to be a statistical.
They just talk shit for. Oh my God, that's it. They just talked shit about Cuomo behind his back like for an hour. Oh.
But no, I feel very comfortable.
Shield our Jaguar.
I would
Jaguar.
feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a
Or as you say it with the most American accent, Jaguar.
question for you, but a very quick one for the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
I'll use every form of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City, and that's why making buses fast and free is a centerpiece of our campaign.
There is a bus that goes.
Well, but I know, but if he flew, that's a lot quicker too. No. You know, I mean, he's.
She's just like, you ruined my joke there, Mr. President. Don't you get what I'm trying to do here? I'm trying to be like, well, aren't you like supposed to care about this? Because, you know, it doesn't work when you're a disingenuous shitbag, lady.
For him to be, it's a long.
I wanted to use the C word again, but I've already hit my quota.
That's a very long drive. I'll stick up for you. You know, the plane takes you 30 minutes and driving takes you a long time.
Mr. President, I was wondering if you could clear up some confusion around a Washington Post report. There was this explosive report that the Coast Guard is no longer going to characterize swastikas and nooses as hate symbols. DHS called that a lie and fake news. Can you clear up?
I don't know anything about it.
God damn it. I actually think he does know nothing about it. I don't think anybody told him and they were just like, can you sign this? And Stephen Miller was like, maybe we should put this in. And he's just like, wait, this is the first I've heard about it. That's a little absurd.
When was this written?
I think yesterday.
Well, look, the Coast Guard's an incredible group of people. I know very well. We just ordered a lot of new Coast Guard cutters.
The way he just shrugged at that, it is it's hilarious, but then there's a level of scary because this is the president of the United States.
Beautiful, the most magnificent ship. They look like yachts.
Oh, Steve doesn't give commentary usually.
With lots of guns on them. So I don't know. I haven't seen any report like that, but certainly we want them to remain a great force, and they are.
Peacemaker, and you did a piece in all the 9 months around the world. I would like to ask Mr. Mamdani, you've accused the U.S. government of committing genocide in Gaza while President Trump was working on peace. Why that?
I've spoken about the Israeli government.
This guy's kind of a shithead.
Committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it. And I shared with the president in our meeting about the concern that many New Yorkers have of wanting their tax dollars to go towards the benefit of New Yorkers and their ability to afford basic dignity. And what we see right now is we're in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 school children being homeless in our city. And there's a desperate need not only for the following of human rights, but also the following through on the promises we've made New Yorkers. And I appreciated the meeting we had and the work that we can do.
Do you agree that President Trump did do a peace and he worked hard to make the peace because he worked hard to do the peace in the Middle East and everywhere? Do you agree with that?
Who is this guy? This guy really is like, he's starting to piss me off with his question.
Appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to...
Like, we get it, dude. Can you just stop tiptoeing around? Like, you just want to say, like, you're anti-Semitic. How come you're how come you've been so anti-Semitic?
Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father...
I'm going to go on a limb here and say that that guy's an Israeli journalist.
Actually went to that pharmacy not too far from Jamaica Estates, that people were tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars. And I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights, and I know that still today those are being violated, and that continues to be work that has to be done no matter where we're speaking of.
Mr. President, question for Mr.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Wow, it's actually impressive because I don't think Trump, I think Trump just learned something right there because he had nothing to say.
The mayor-elect is the true leader of the Democrat Party, and do you think Leader Schumer's and Leader Jeffries...
Loot Friday night with Pep. What up, Edge?
Well,
How you doing, brother?
Hope they have great leaders. This is a man that right now I think is focused in New York City. I really think he has a chance to do a great job. We're going to help him, but I really think he has a chance to
He's unflappable with his message. He rules. He is. Like, his... Again, I don't like body language conversations because I don't really necessarily believe in it. Because it really falls apart when it's just like, what if somebody has a tick? Like, come on, man.
A great job.
But if we're going to go there, his body language hasn't changed, and he's been nothing but just steadfast and just completely on point with his messaging.
I'll let you answer that.
Like, God, usually I would be mad at somebody being this, like, political with their messaging where it's just, like, rehearsed, but this is really good.
Do you consider yourself the leader of the Democrats?
Dude, that little shit right there is, hey, it's my buddy Zora.
I think it's more appropriate for him.
I consider myself the next mayor of New York City, and I keep my horizons firmly on New York City, and I appreciate the meeting with the president,
which live in a timeline. Yeah, that is for sure.
Focused again on the 5 boroughs and whether New Yorkers could afford to live there.
By the way, being the mayor of New York City is a big deal.
Absolutely.
I always said, one of the things I would love to be someday is the mayor of New York City. Being the mayor of New York, and especially now, because I think you're at a...
Never wonder why Marvel Comics, when they write about the mayor and, like, Kingpin being the mayor and why it's such a big deal, never wonder why anymore.
It's really a turning point, one way or the other. It could go great, or it can go in a different direction, and I think you really have a chance to make it great.
It's good to not like studying body language because it's been scientifically proven that it's both inaccurate and unreliable in determining truth factor. Yep.
Mr. President, you say
Look at this. Look at this.
you love New York City.
Look at this. Like, he really likes Zoran. He likes him some Zoran. Trump loves him some Zoran. They besties now. They really are. When I put that in the title,
Does New York City love
that
President
was the vibe
Trump?
I got the first time, but oh wow, are they?
New York City loves,
and it's weird because now it's like, yeah, I'm waiting for the left to kind of do the pivot on Zoran, where it's just like, hey man, what the fuck?
a future that is affordable. And I can tell you that there were more New Yorkers who voted for President Trump in the most recent presidential election because of that focus on cost of living. And I'm looking forward to working together to deliver on that affordability agenda.
I got a lot of votes. One more. Go ahead.
I got a lot of votes.
One or two more. Go ahead.
He just had to throw that in.
I tell you, the press has eaten this thing up.
Why? Dude, this is what bothers me so much is that he's just...
You know, I've had a lot of meetings with the heads of major countries. Nobody cared. This meeting that you people have gone crazy. You know, outside you have hundreds of people waiting. This is
what won him the election, though. This shit right here, where it's just like, this is where people see it and they're like, he's relatable, because the shit that he just did to his own media, by the way, can we acknowledge that he really just, he pissed off a lot of his own media pool here.
It's just a small little group.
He didn't give anything that they were looking for.
For some reason, the press has found this to be a very interesting meeting. The biggest people in the world.
He hates them so much, even his own.
They come over from countries nobody cares, but they did care about this meeting, and it was a great meeting. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, I was going to ask you exactly that. Why do you think there's so much?
Did we just need Zoran to talk to Trump for things to get better? Honestly, guys, this was a good thing. This was a good thing for the movement. This was a good thing for the country. This was a good thing to kind of tone Trump down a little, because after this, I don't think he's going to be using the rhetoric of we need to go after the Democratic Socialists. We need to go after them. They're bad people. They're bad people. He'll still use this against Democrats, but I have a feeling he actually might help us with this in differentiating, the Democratic Party establishment from like the new Democratic Party. What he said about Bernie was very unexpected for me. The fact that he even brought that up, where he's just like, Bernie, I thought that he was, treated very poorly. Very poorly.
Or, so much excitement around this and even some foreign leaders.
Because I think he's different.
This is fucking blowing my mind.
All right.
What he just said right there, you do understand that nobody in that room just expected that answer from him.
I think he's different, and that can be in a very positive way, but I think he's different than, your typical guy, runs, wins, becomes mayor maybe, and nothing exciting, because he has a chance to really do something great for New York. New York is at a very critical point, and he does need the help of the federal government to really succeed, and we're going to be helping him, but he's...
As a native New Yorker who grows up in the city, in this Orange Monsters era in New York, I can say Trump still wants to be relevant in New York, and it's still the ugly New Yorker.
Different than,
still
your
the
average
ugly New Yorker.
candidate. He came out of nowhere. I said he has a great campaign.
Trek fan manager. Oh man, where were you yesterday? I went on a long Star Trek diatribe. You know what? Stick around and I'll go back into it, because I talked about how I'm watching the old stuff.
Just standing over there. He came out of nowhere. Would you start off at 1 or 2? And then I watched. I said, who is this guy? He was at 1, then he was at 3, then he was at 5, then he was at 9. Then he went up to 17. I said, that's getting a little bit interesting, right? And then all of a sudden he wins a primary that nobody expected he was going to win. It's a great tribute. I mean, it's an amazing thing that he did.
And I'll just add one thing to what the president said. Is one thing I also appreciated is in our meeting to appreciate a portrait of FDR and the incredible work that was done with the New Deal, and also in thinking about what it can look like when the federal government and New York City government work together to deliver on affordability. It can be transformative.
We have a great portrait of FDR that I found in the vaults that was missing for years. I found it and I put it up. He's
just looking around, just like, hey, what's this?
Democrat, to the best of my knowledge. He's a Democrat.
All right.
And when the mayor saw that portrait, he said, "Sir, do you mind if I have a picture taken by that portrait?" It's an amazing portrait. I hope the picture comes out good. But it's an amazing portrait in the cabinet room. So he's a big fan of the New Deal, I guess, and of FDR. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said that you both spoke about crime. There are many police officers set to come off the rolls at the end of this year in New York City. Are you going to...
Dude, can she turn it off? Or is she just this bitchy all the fucking time?
Allow those police to be replaced with police officers.
I want to hear the tone of her asking just Trump questions, because this is kind of wild.
Officers,
I wonder if he how come he's not pointing that out? Like, hey, how come you're being so nasty to my friend Zoran here? He's been nothing but nice to you. You better calm it down there, piggy.
And are you going to require that happens? Would there be some consequence if the staff
happens?
I wonder if she's like this at home. Yeah, no kidding.
But again, that's going to be ultimately the mayor's decision.
What's your answer?
Is that I look forward to delivering public safety with the NYPD, and I've said over the course of our campaign that we have the number of police officers today. They are the ones that's budgeted about 35,000 headcount. And I think the key thing is that we have to make it easier for police to focus on police work, not ask them to respond to 200,000 mental health calls a year.
So is that a reduction from what you're at right now? Or are you committing to maintaining the same level of cops?
I've committed over the course of the campaign to maintain the 35,000. That's the head count that we had through the campaign.
And not replace them with caseworkers, social workers?
No, I've said that's the head count that we want. What we need to do is make sure they can focus on serious crime.
And he just retained a great police commissioner, I believe, right?
Yes, we did. Commissioner Tisch.
If the newspapers are correct.
That one they're correct about.
He retained, I think, somebody that is she's a good friend of some of the people in my family, of Ivanka, and they say she's really good, really competent, and he just retained her, so that's a good sign.
Mr. President, are there still topics that you see the two of you disagreeing on in the future, and do you think you'll have more meetings like this?
There will be topics that we disagree on. I think we'll probably come to a conclusion, and ultimately he'll convince me, or I'll convince him. You know, it's for the good of New York. Ultimately, it's for the good of New York. I don't care about affiliations or parties or anything else. I want to.
I missed that part.
See, if this city could be unbelievable, if he could be a spectacular success, I'd be very happy.
Do you think you guys will meet more in the future too?
Excuse?
Do you think you'll meet again in the future, throughout the administration?
I think we will. I think we will. I hope we do.
What an interesting time to live in.
Enjoyed the meeting. We had a great meeting. Please.
Mr. President, Republican Elise Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist.
Hey, it's Emily.
Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist?
Right? Is that Emily?
Right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't, but she's out there campaigning, and
that definitely sounded like Emily.
You say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of
She's a very capable person.
Wait,
but you really have to ask.
Who called him a jihadist? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Success, I'd be very happy.
Do you think you guys will meet more in the future too?
Excuse?
Do you think you'll meet again in the future, throughout the administration?
I think we will. I think we will. I hope we do. I enjoyed the meeting. We had a great meeting.
Elise Stefanik? Oh,
Mr. President, Republican Elise Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't, but she's out there campaigning, and you say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of
Dude, he just gave the game away right there.
She's a very capable person.
He says some things, you know what? Then he makes some deals, and you just say, "Hey, buddy, sorry, I had to say something."
But you really have to ask her about that. But no, I don't particularly. I think I met with a man who's a very rational.
He just 2 days ago was calling for the execution of political traitors. What? Yes, let's not forget this.
I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great again, and I can say again, because New York was great. When I came down to Washington initially, the city was so hot; it was doing great. We were having some telltale signs of problems.
She's got the Clark Kent Superman thing going on with the glasses, unrecognizable without the glasses. Yep,
was not doing a great job, but still, it was moving along, and it went bad. It really went, pretty bad. And I think it's been at lower points, but it went pretty bad. I think he can bring it back. Now the question is, will he bring it back all the way? Will he bring it back greater than ever before, which is, I guarantee, that's his wish. I think he wants to make it greater than ever before.
How is that not a soft endorsement?
And if he can, we'll be out there cheering. I'll be cheering for him.
Guys, can we, in chat here, do you think that this was realistically like a soft endorsement of Mamdani? I mean, I don't want to look into this as being deeper than it is.
Thank you very much, everybody.
The way that's it.
Thank you very much.
Wow, guys.
Wow.
Guys, hold on.
All right,
Let me
here
just
we
see if
go.
I have any more video I can show you real quick. Let me just
any
see
reaction?
here. Hold on. I'm going to go to the other video here. All right, that's the other feed I have. So let's keep an eye. We'll probably lose this in about 10 seconds, but just for the heck of it.
Every New Yorker who calls the City Hall.
There has to be an ulterior motive. That was weird, man. I mean, that was a lot. This was one of the most unexpected things that I've seen in our political landscape in the last 2 weeks, which is saying a lot.
Bye, press. They're leaving the Oval Office.
That's the most. That was the most commentary he has provided so far. God, can you give an opinion, please?
What
Steve?
a meeting!
Steve,
Wow,
Steve,
guys.
please. What do you think?
A lot of our viewers were shocked.
Oh, yes. Here we go. Okay, worth keeping up.
We have a lot of shocked viewers.
We have a lot of shocked viewers. They're shocked, I tell you.
After that meeting. Oh, let's get out. Maybe MAMDANI will speak outside the White House. Give me a moment here. Hang on. I'm just going to get this on the screen for you right here. So that's live outside. So I don't know if we'll see him leave. But wow, a lot of our viewers are just shocked. What a friendly, cordial atmosphere. Amazing.
Yeah, they were expecting Donald Trump to embarrass MAMDANI and treat him like a child.
Trump said they had a great meeting. President Trump
going,
said
Tony?
he wants to help MAMDANI. He said he's a very rational person. They
Did you see that
talked
smile
about
right
how
there?
they
He's like,
shared a lot of views about New York and a lot of views about what needs to be done in New York and the goals for New York City. Wow. So we're gonna hear from you, and we'll see if MAMDANI says anything.
I thought they could agree, but not fully glaze my bro. Like that was. Yeah, that was a glaze fest. Trump was just like, I love this guy. Love him. Look at him. He's so handsome. He's well made. He's well kept. I love this man. He's a true New Yorker. He said nice things about me.
Our viewers, let me read some comments here.
Trump is such a pussy in person. It really does seem like I hate to say this because this goes back to something that Bill Maher said that initially pissed me off, but it does kind of show with the way that MAMDANI handled it, like, okay, he does have that in him where it's just like, he kind of makes you feel like, yeah, you know what? I was just saying some things. I got some people around me, but I don't actually believe that. You know what? Kind of crazy, but we live in crazy times. There's Zoran. Crazy times, but we can get along. You said some nice things. You noticed that I found the FDR portrait, and I really appreciate that he wanted a picture. I hope that picture turns out great for you, Zoran. That was
Mr. Red-Eyed.
He's basically playing a bit.
Jedi says very bizarre.
We've been saying that for a while.
NY Zem says reduce poverty and increase housing. They both talked about more affordability, increased housing.
Can I just say that the way that they just walked through that door was a little much?
Jakey thinks Trump loves socialism now. I'm not sure about that. Lix thinks Dems got played. I will say
Dems got played, huh?
I saw a couple of political reporters I follow say they were surprised because they thought that the House Republicans were going to really focus on MAMDANI
Thank you very much.
For the 2026 elections and try to focus on him and say, like, look, this is the face of the Democratic Party. And they were saying, well, if House Republicans are going to do that for 2026, it might make it tough to do that if President Trump is praising MAMDANI. So anyways, that's another view I saw.
That's exactly it, but that's why everybody's freaking out in chat here.
Posted. Let me read some more comments from you guys. But I definitely read a lot of comments, stunned and shocked comments from our viewers in the chat during the meeting. Let's see here. Flor Morena says different than what I expected.
You know what? That's a fair comment. I don't care what your political affiliation is. That was a wild press conference.
Holstrand thinks a case of taco. KJJJ says, what dirt does MAMDANI have on Trump? Winter says Trump likes people who are popular.
They're crashing out already, dude. This is fun.
MLG Dog says it's crazy how a friendly meeting is so crazy nowadays. Wow, guys.
Wow. Steve, you don't disappoint, man. I gotta give it up to Steve here.
Mike Zombie thinks it went as well as it could. S. Hendrick thinks Trump is a peacemaker. Fred Flintstone thought they were both very classy. Rad Vibe says nothing to hate about him. He hasn't done anything yet. Ruby Sandwich thinks Trump folded like a house of cards.
What happened to MAGA since 1492?
Fredo Gonzalez says, I'm betting the press are so disappointed.
MAMDANI came in with the pics of Bubba. He handed it over like it was a deal where he's just like, I got something for you, Mr. President. He's just like, oh, crap.
The 8 Clock says that was the least obnoxious Trump has ever been.
It is, though. Like, I have to be honest there. That really, well, he was still obnoxious at certain points, but yeah.
Yeah, it was really striking. It was really striking, that meeting. They were very cordial, very, very cordial. There was that one moment when a question came about whether the question, I think, was something like, you've said you think Trump is a fascist. Do you still think he's a fascist? And Trump said, that's okay. You can just say yes. That's easier. It's easier than explaining. They shook hands multiple times.
Yeah, he was not mad about that either. He was doing it like, whatever. This is what they're going to go with, man. They're going to call you a fascist. You might as well just let them.
Wow. Pebble Girl says, went better than expected.
If Satan ran a PR firm out of a Chick-fil-A parking lot, I still wouldn't believe what we have just seen.
And
well said, T-Bone.
Wow.
It really is crazy.
ATR says, my favorite part was the fascist part. Jason Farmer says, what did you expect? WWE
they end up having
Royal
a press
Rumble?
conference outside?
Hey, I want to say a quick thanks for your support. Kazmira Flanagan, Daniel Utah,
I was about to yell at you,
Camus,
Kaz.
83489.
I was like, did you just give him money? Did you just give him money?
Olive Tov. Hold on.
Ooh, we do have like...
Is he coming out now? Wait one moment.
Is he coming out now?
I think he's coming out
God.
now. Breaking news. I think Mamdani's coming out now.
Door shut.
Well, now they're closing the door.
This is why I love this guy.
What happened?
Right.
The door opened, then it closed.
Yes. Thank you for the breaking news there, Steven.
Maybe he's not coming out now. It kind of looked like things were happening, didn't it?
Why is he so consistent with his reactions? I love it.
Kind of. Maybe.
Who knows?
All right. Maybe a false alarm.
It looks certainly like... Steve. All right, let's see. Let's go to this part where he finds...
Maybe a false alarm.
Yeah, it is. Can't believe this guy. Trump Mamdani go from adversaries to bromance after White House meeting. President Donald Trump on Friday met the man who had proudly proclaimed himself Donald Trump's worst nightmare, but he seemed to be just the opposite. The Republican president, New York City's mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani were warm and friendly. I'm going to pause this for a second. Speaking repeatedly their shared goals to help Trump's hometown rather than their combustible differences. Trump, who had in the past called Mamdani a 100% communist lunatic and a total nutjob, spoke openly about how impressed he was with the man who had called his administration authoritarian. Trump said he was surprised by their great meeting, and said, the Democratic Socialist, I think he's going to surprise some conservative people, actually. Mamdani and Trump said they discussed housing affordability and the cost of groceries and utilities as Mamdani successfully blah, blah, blah.
Yavana Kamentari says, who will play them in the movie? So does that suggest that maybe there's going to be some kind of military action in Venezuela soon by the Trump administration?
Right. So let's get to the comments on Fox News here. All righty. These up. Here, I'm gonna move this a little bit so you guys can see them a little bit better. All right. Wolf in sheep's clothing, watch out. I don't trust Mamdani, but I really hope I am proven wrong. Same. I think Mamdani is a shyster. He realized he couldn't steal federal funds until he kissed federal butt, but don't trust him, Mr. President. Trump saw his approval rating and figured he can rely on his core MAGA turds to get him through the next 3 years. Ha ha ha, Trump is bending like Bubba. You saw this meeting and all you took from Mamdani was that Mamdani was kissing Trump's butt. You won't even recognize that Mamdani was equally as pleasant towards Trump as Trump was towards Mamdani. I've heard people talk about TDS as people hating Trump regardless of how good a policy move it was, but no one is talking about TDS as it relates to people that praise Trump regardless of how bad his policy move was. TDS detected. You will trust and like anyone dear leader tells you to, LOL. Why don't you trust him? You have no reason not to. They both did well, which I'm glad for. Enough nastiness. Amen. Two-Face, I don't trust him. He's a crook. Nobody knows who you are, gang. Wait, nobody knows who you are, gang. Trump knows he's smarter than Adams. The real crook is Adams. Me too. I don't trust Trump. Nobody. Wow, this is Fox News, by the way, guys. Jesus Christ is my only clarity. Glad this was civil. Only drama queens are upset that they got along. The reporters tried so hard to get a fight out of them. We're all recognizing just how ridiculous that was and how they were constantly just like trying to get that soundbite, but they couldn't. They're so mad. Nobody's madder than Jack Posobiec. Like, he looked really stupid there. True, I agree. Questions were supposed to be to set off fireworks, but they fizzled out. Sizzled out. Or wait. Set off fire? Yeah, no, fizzled. That was right. I am, however, Trump acted like an adult today. Dude, even some of his supporters are just like, okay, sometimes he acts like a little bit of a child. That was kind of, that was nice. We're struggling, not just New York. We're all struggling, not just New Yorkers. What do you mean? Trump said we are all doing better. He's right. I'm pretty sure that. Nice. We are supporting all of the takers. Supporting more takers is not the answer. Well, we found somebody that's mad at Trump. If someone woke up from a 2014 coma in 2025, and this is what they saw, they'd die from a heart attack. He's such a sheep in wolf's clothing. Who are you talking about, Zoran? A wolf in sheep's clothing. Duh. Dyslexia does not work for me. I just heard that fart. Oh my god. New York is done for. It'll be London in a year. Just watch. Well, your great leader just said otherwise. Two people meet and speak and have a positive experience, and here comes the media to ruffle the feathers. It's best for everyone if they work together rather than not. The way governing is meant to be, working together to improve people's lives. Good luck. It says American leaders can work together instead of always dodging each other or dogging each other. Mamdani is not answering questions. He's going around it like VP of Biden did. He is bad news, cannot be trusted. I love this. Again, Trump sitting there. Love this guy. This guy is my best bud. You know what? We're gonna go golfing. We got something going on. He's gonna give me a deal. He's gonna help me out, and I'm gonna help him out. He's a good guy. Good guy. But all of a sudden, I made Trump sound like Borat. Good guy. He liked my wife, Melania, my wife. I did the thing, you know what? You guys ever seen that movie Borat? They made Rudy Giuliani look kind of ridiculous. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Rudy, dirty guy, dirty man. We knew what he was up to. I love how people just forgot about that, where he thought that she was 15, by the way. Mamdani is not answering questions. He's going around. Oh, we already read that one. Keep your friends close, your enemies closer. Explain Epstein. Yes! All right, that was pretty good. In today's meeting, Mamdani backed away from all his sloganing and his promises. No, he didn't. He said he would not reduce the number of police officers. He didn't actually say he was going to do that. Like, he addressed that. Didn't talk about raising taxes. Didn't answer the reporters' questions when he was asked would he hand over Bibi, and in general, completely surrendered to Trump's demands. A charlatan with many empty promises. Freedom. This seems like a bot account. None of this happened, but if it did, assumedly you'd be happy about his at his about face. I would have liked to have heard whether Mamdani plans to pay for illegal immigrants with our tax dollars, and what the president has to say about that. You can't trust an anti-Semitic jihadist in disguise. Jesus Christ, guys. Wow. Yeah, you really got the far goners here. This is, do not trust what communists say. Here we go. Trump's agreement with Mamdani is good for New Yorkers. PR stunt for both, and never trust those who want to take over the world, starting with important places. If that's a Trumper, then that kind of hurt my brain a little bit. He's an Islamic man, and the Quran says to lie to get power. MAMDANI is lying. You do realize that the liar-in-chief has been credited with having over 30,000 lies while in office just this year, so yeah, there's that. Why do you need socialism? That's why you need socialism. It'll set you free. Meanwhile, in the Quran... Okay, we can play the Quran versus the Bible anytime there. Nice try there, Ivan. Say that to the Saudi prince that invested trillions of dollars into the country. That man is an Islamic man. You need to stop and move on. Hate is not going to take you anywhere. Yep. Wow. Hey, look at that. Guy bringing up some facts where he's just like, hey, you know what? MBS, that guy, the guy who runs the Saudis, the Saudi, like, come on, bro. Ridiculous to see Fox News and other outlets purposefully trying to pin these guys against each other. The news outlets are the real enemy within. Fuck yeah. I'm actually liking that one. Can someone explain how good news is still bad news? Okay, we got 7 replies to this one. Fox needs to keep its base angry and violent. It is the only way to remain relevant for MAGA. No, it's the exact opposite, City Boy. You are 100% correct. Dangerous time. More questions than answers. Great uncertainties. What? Did we watch the same thing? Must arm, conceal, and carry for millions? Oh my god, this guy's going for it. Must have a plan B, C, D, meticulously organized. I am betting that this guy wears a lot of camo. His truck barely runs. It's definitely from, the 90s and possibly completely rusted out. Communities cannot rely on each other. People are untrained and, sad to say, unknowledgeable. Dude, this guy comes across... This comment is the most antisocial comment I've seen in a while. Holy crap. Trump having a good meeting with MAMDANI undermines the whole MAGA new fear-mongering point, scaring people about communism and Islamization. I guess men in dresses are overplayed. If Trump went from insulting him on socials as communist and threatening New York to saying that he's a rational and good mayor, then how does it work for MAGA fear-mongering when Zoran was supposed to be the poster boy for it all? Well said. Did you not see how upset Fox was at this result? LOL. Yes, I did. Well, we're gonna get some more comments here. I'm definitely gonna have to make a follow-up video to this because I'm going to be chopping this one up for sure. Conservatives aren't angry. The liberals are. The liberals are. They're so mad. They're so mad. Guys, we're so mad. We're not doing our jobs here. We're supposed to be mad. Oh, this meeting. Oh, I'm so mad. Oh, oh my God. When you see a smile, watch your back. Great point, exactly. He usually always smiles. What is important is there's still a chance for political division to reverse course and finally have a less divided nation. How awful to live in fear of a smile? What? I had to scroll for a bit to see if anyone say what I was going to. So, intertestines? What? I'm guessing he means interesting. We're all being lied to for some reason. Yeah. Wait, are they really just coming to this realization? I have to say. He wants to make sure he gets his federal funding. That's the second time somebody said that. Yup. Is it bad? Is that bad? No, there is a social democrat mayor. He's a democratic socialist, but okay. That was elected recently. Oh, okay, never mind. No, there was a social democrat mayor that was recently elected in Seattle. Don't give them funding either. Look, I don't like it either, but they can't stop voters voting. I didn't expect anything less from Donald Trump. He loves New York and wants it to succeed. He's no fool, and MAMDANI's MAMDANI's. He's no fool, and MAMDANI has numbers. Perhaps. And I wouldn't have expected comments like that from a person who is old enough to be my mom. I'm disappointed. So immature. That's enough internet for me today. I came from Sidious 9631. Yes, I've been banned a few times. Let me get my alt account. Yeah. Emperor 101 was already taken. Let's see. Empire's Emperor. God damn it, someone took that too. How about Darth Sidious? Not. Hey, someone took that as well. Ultimate power. Okay, it's so bad. Rabbi Jesus Christ is not a prophet. He is our Messiah. What? Fox News wasted so much time trashing Mamdani only for Trump to end up kissing his ass. Okay, we got 24 replies to this. Let's see. Oh man, I'm having fun. Hannity and Waters will have nice things to say now. There's no reason for Trump to be unpleasant. He's a big dog. He's the big dog. Mamdani is a novice. I'm not sure if you got the same energy in that room, but okay. Then why has Donald been insulting him for months? In what way was Donald kissing up? Why can't two people get along and that don't agree on politics? Do you want a verbal war? People can be civil, right? Yeah, dog indeed. One that hasn't barked. He's looking out for NYC. Imperial. So Imperial here said, in what way was Trump kissing up? No, you are missing the point. We want exactly what you just said, but that's not what Fox News wanted. They are upset that they can't label Mamdani's ideas as stupid anymore, and Trump himself finds it to be interesting. Yep. LeMayo, left lunatic, will be mad about them working together. I mean, have you read this? I'm reading this comment section, and that does not seem to be the... Although this is Fox, so we should probably go to a leftist channel and check out if any... I don't think anybody's mad. Wait a minute. Let's check out a leftist channel. Hey, Pep Talks, what are we... Hold on, guys. I kind of had a minute there where I... why am I... Did I lose stream? Oh, no, I'm still good. Okay. So big he can't stand up. Sorry, guys. I just realized that I wasn't reading chat. I got a little bit interested in there, but I'll come back to your chats here. Let's keep going. It is so weird to see two people lambasted who have lambasted each other for so long now treat each other kindly in front of cameras. I mean, that's why we're all collectively like, huh? But hey. To be fair, I think most of us would be guilty of that to some extent. It's easy to insult people from a distance. Face-to-face tends to be a little bit different. Yep. I'm a lefty. I've said things online when I'm in rant mode and been more angry at the right than I have when I'm willing to talk when I'm talking to an individual in person. Even when we disagree a lot, we can usually have a pint and get on, have friendly banter. The internet makes us worse than I think. Or makes this worse, I think. Yeah. Yes, but you are not in the spotlight. They are. Wake up. Oh my God. Jack Johnson's mad. Hey, man, I don't like what Donald Trump had to say about Zoran Mamdani. He was saying he's a nice guy. Upside down. All of a sudden, wait a minute. All of a sudden, Jack Johnson is just like, oh man, I was a cool surfer who made the Curious George soundtrack, but now I'm a hardcore right winger. Why don't we all go for a beer? Like a dog by his desk. I mean, again, if that's how you read that body language, okay. President Trump is a true leader. Otherwise, this meeting would have been respectful. Would not have been respectful nor cordial, especially considering Mamdani's speech filled with vitriol against our amazing president. Oh my God. Okay. All right. This one deserves a little bit of a deep dive. Quiet, piggy. Your comment really makes zero sense to me. Your point. Trump behaved differently during this meeting, almost normal. Not the usual rude swagger he showed with Zelensky, and not the overly friendly act he put on with the Saudi crown prince. You could tell he was a little bit tense today. Why? He knows he desperately needs this meeting to make himself look better after the embarrassment of the Epstein case and the threats against Congress. Selective memory. Donald has been talking about imprisoning him, deporting him, and defunding our city. And now you dare praise him for folding in the face of a superior intellect? Your hypocrisy is real. Good point. Everyone tunes in thinking that they are going to be... there was going to be drama, and it was the opposite, which is a good move. The rest replying in here, your lack of intellects are showing. Well, there's still hope for New York after all. Thanks for the great meeting. New York has had rent control since 1943. In 2 years, Buenos Aires. What the fuck? Okay, we're done. That was fun. I gotta say. All right, the comments did not disappoint. Those were pretty much what I thought it would be. These people who think the federal government should withhold funds don't understand that these blue states funds their ignorance. Yep. MAMDANI probably told Trump he better play nice if he wants New York funds. Yeah, I mean, something. I'm still wondering what there was something in that meeting where like it got Trump to just be like, you know what, this guy, like he made him laugh at some point with something that like it really de-escalated all the obviously all the bad rhetoric, all the bad blood. Yeah. I also think Trump really liked how hyped this meeting was. Yeah, but the thing is, it was actually going by the Fox News logic. It was in his benefit to be a dick and to like big dick Zoran. The optics, excuse me, the optics do not help him with his base. This is going to be something that they talk about where it's just like, oh yeah, then how come you weren't, a little bit harder on Zoran? How come he's your best friend now? Like, at least for the next 7 days, we can enjoy the fact that guys like Benny Johnson and all those commentators, Ben Shapiro, I can't wait to see what Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder, like, this is weird, but I'm going to just say it. I can't wait to see what some of those right-wing commentators have to say about this. I can't wait for the Piers Morgan episode about this. I'm sure that, you know what, maybe by the end of this stream, Piers Morgan will have a few guests on and we'll be able to go through that. But yeah, as the stream goes on here, guys, we're going to definitely read into this a little bit more, go and see some more reactions, but I hope you enjoyed this as much as me. Holy crap. TV president. I mean, dude, somebody, Lainey, you, thank you for posting this in the Discord because, yeah, she posted this picture of the way that Trump is looking up at Zoran. It is something else. Zoran's just like, and Trump is just like, hey, my buddy, Zoran, that's my best friend. He is my best friend. Oh, man, that was funny. Yeah, you know what? Sorry about the stand cam being in a new place, by the way. I realized that during that specific segment, I was like, oh, you know what? Might be a little bit better if stands up in the chat's down here. But we'll see. Love you, people. Oh, I hope you mean people. But no. Love you, too. They're getting matching tattoos. Hey, look, we got matching ankle tattoos. He's got some, athletic ankles, but you know what? I got a lot of skin to work with. I wanted to be New York buddies, so we got I Heart NY written in the same font. We got the way the t-shirts look. You remember the I Heart NY t-shirts? Great t-shirts. No better t-shirt than an I Heart NY t-shirt. Sell them at the Trump gift shop. He actually did. I went to the Trump Tower in the it was like year 2000 because I went to the Twin Towers when they were still around. God, I gotta find those pictures because I have like a bunch of pictures of them. Because we also did the ferry tour. We actually went to the Statue of Liberty from like the same plaza that the World Trade Center was in. Anyway, guys, that was fun. That was really fun to cover with everybody here. I really appreciate you guys being here for that. If you haven't already, please hit the like button on the stream. Helps me out. I know we just had a little conversation amongst some other streamers, but I'm gonna just say it. It helps the smaller streamers like myself. Somebody, that was the main discourse. They're like, don't be derogatory on yourself. Don't call yourself a smaller streamer. Just a short stream. Like, no. No, I just started off strong here. I wanted to get to that because I was doing some stuff, some other stuff before stream, and yeah, I couldn't really pay attention to it. So I just had the AP feed up, and there were times that while I was in the middle of doing my work, I had to stop and be like, did I just hear that? Did I just hear that? No way. We started off on a huge high. What now? Hey, I know how to, this is the nice part about being high on politics is I do know how to maintain a high, but we do have to we got to let it kind of cool off here. You don't want to get too high. It was fun. Thanks. Take a bow, sir. Oh, thank you. That was, that was a good time. I am still kind of like, what? This was not what I expected today to be like. That was very funny though. That comment section, this comment section was gold. Absolute gold. Let's see. Steve's comment section, because is he still live? No, this has concluded. So here, let's see his live comments. Here we go. Okay. All right, I want to go through some of these, and we're also going to look up some more coverage. So here's the thing, guys. Because I have been hydrating properly, I have to piss really bad. So I'm going to go do that. I'm going to... There's the dog. I'll be right back. Look on Discord. Congress just felt the existential threat of socialism was so urgent they needed a whole resolution to denounce it, instead of passing actual laws. Somebody tell me why we need this bill again. Yeah, it's kind of weird that Trump is actually doing a better thing for the cause than the Democrats right now. That is kind of nuts, guys. They deserve to get fucking walloped the way that they are, though. I have a feeling that every corporatist candidate is about to see a massive fail coming up. All right, now, throughout the stream here, I also want to do something. So, something happened while I was out doing my my normal shopping. I actually found some Pokemon in the wild. Yes, they had a limit, and I was able to at least get a few. So, I'm at least going to open one, and then we're going to go into the next segment here, which is going to be looking at the Republican responses to this. We're gonna hit up some Twitter and also hit up a few of the likely suspects. Hopefully we will, or usual suspects, I should say. Hopefully we'll have a Piers Morgan clip, which, even if we don't, I have two more. Whoa, what's this? Ooh, I like the new live card they have. They gave it different art. Well, that's cool. Someone who plays that game. Also, remember, you guys can get my gaming code if you join the $15 tier, and that includes my mobile gaming codes. So if you guys play a mobile game, let me know, and yeah, we can have some fun together. All right, so we got Lana, which is always a funny name. Yemper, Brava, Bramblin, which is a I always love that they just made a tumbleweed. Linaloon. Ooh, a punk helmet. That's kind of cool. Arkemi. Ludicario! Or Ludicolo. I don't know how to say his fucking name. Got a Wondrous patch and a Flygon. All right. All right. All right. Well, that was that. No big hits or anything like that. By the way, I don't even really like I collect these, obviously, but I do play the game. I play card games in general. Now, when's the last time I actually played a round of Pokemon in person? Probably a year and a half. Jeez. But you know what? Alrighty. Now, let's do this. Let's go into the comments. This is Steve's comments. Let's make it just a little smaller. There we go. All right, what a great way to start the weekend. Thank you so much for the stream. If Trump works with him to save NYC, he will have cemented his face on Mount Rushmore. He'll never be on Mount Rushmore. I was thinking about that. He's so ugly, and honestly, Mount Rushmore being completed, they didn't add anybody to Mount Rushmore as it was going. That was the design. So yeah, I have a feeling that artistically and the historical society ain't gonna fucking be having that. There's definitely gonna be some statues to this idiot. They want another civil war to rewrite the Constitution or eliminate it. That's their last act of defiance. They are banking on it because too many L's in their portfolio. What? What are you talking about, bro? Yeah, okay. I'm glad that somebody said it. I can't understand why either wants to share the same floor space. Wow. So this is who watches Steve's streams? They get the news, but then they're this stupid about it? Man, here we go.
All right, guys, we all just watched an incredibly historic, wild, surreal press conference with Donald Trump, Zoran Mamdani, the mayor-elect, of course, of New York City. Our own Emily Jashinsky in the room asking a great question about whether or not Trump was there with...
I love how they just pointed out Emily and then all of a sudden cut to Crystal.
A jihadist.
Casual Friday, Crystal.
That Elise Stefanik had just made. So
that was
I'm
last
gonna go
week
up
when,
here.
Ashura was there.
Ryan Grimm's kind of the one that I'm like, you know what?
That was when
Sorry,
he was
Ryan.
actually with the
you
jihadists.
get it.
Yeah, true. I mean, just factually true.
That looks like a hockey bag.
According to his own
Definitionally.
government.
According to the government, that one is actually true. I guess before we jump in with a couple clips here, I mean, just Ryan, Emily, quick reaction. Emily, you first being in the room. What was that? What was it like?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say Trump mentioned that there was so much, he loves to do this meta media commentary, and he mentioned there was so much interest in the meeting that, everyone wanted to get into it, and it's true. I mean, you could tell, reporters were super, super pumped for this one, and I think it's partially because of the same reason that we all expected it to go about as it went, because we've covered both Trump and Mamdani probably closer than a lot of people in media, and kind of anticipated what this
Every time I see these headsets, I think of trucker
would be like. But as you and I were, the three of us were talking before we went to air here, we were like, it was actually even more friendly than we probably expected it to be. I expected it to be friendly because they both just have incredible political instincts as populists and media instincts as well as populists. But in the room, I mean, Zoran was standing physically next to Trump, who was sitting. And I got this one picture through the scrum of Mamdani kind of looking down on Trump with a kind of smile. So it just was surreal to go from seeing Zoran on Zoom on our Breaking Point stream a year ago to seeing him literally in the Oval Office next to Donald Trump and fielding questions without any hitches. I mean, he didn't have a Gretchen Whitmer moment at all.
Oh, no, Zoran is as
No
smooth as
surprise.
it gets. I mean, Ryan, Trump at one point called him, he said he's a great champion. And talked about the blow by blow of his I saw him, he was at 1%, 2%, then he was at 17. And then I thought, oh boy, this is interesting. And next
He
thing you
actually
know,
does
he
a
won
pretty
primary
banger
that No one
Trump.
expected him to win. It was like, you could, I mean, it was very predictable that Trump would be enamored with this guy because he's charming, because he, at at his heart, like loves New York and is, is a New Yorker and is sort of chagrined that New York never loved him back in that way. And then also because he's like, this guy's a winner and I love winners. So what are you going to do?
Yeah. And everyone who has been in rooms with Mamdani talks about, how personally charming he is, that you can't walk out of a room kind of disliking him no matter who you are. His biggest enemy.
Honestly, he just needs to own the disheveled journalist look and just go for it, because it's when he tries and he puts on the tie that he looks like so tired.
Say that.
I don't know. The fact that he covers the politics the way that he does, and he also does it with Drop Site News and is a dad, his sleep schedule's got to be fucked.
Trump, people say that about Trump, that when you're personally with him as well, that he's actually, quite a charming, interpersonal guy.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
I think that it's game recognizing game in that sense, but also
I look at him and I just see parental exhaustion.
It's Trump not really caring whether or not
Stephen Miller is seething. Oh yeah. You got to wonder what his the internal his cabinet. You have to wonder what the internals with them are, because Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Stephen Miller all had to just be like, he was supposed to embarrass him. He was supposed to make socialism look bad. He just made everybody like it.
I think on the one hand, Trump likes that, Hakeem Jeffries and those guys don't like Mamdani, so he's happy to see them kind of fighting
He grew one piece of hair.
each other. But I think Trump also genuinely doesn't have a whole lot of interest in Democrats,
looks like
Republicans. Trump is in it for Trump. Famously, when Republicans were trying to repeal Obamacare in 2017, Trump pushed. He said, "Why don't we just do single payer? Like, you guys have been trying to repeal this for 10 years. You don't have a replacement plan. Let's just do single payer." And Paul Ryan is like, "That's an interesting idea. Let's table that for now." we're not doing that. So Trump doesn't really have an ideological core.
Yeah.
And if you flatter him, he likes you. So
Zoran
absolutely,
had a
and Zoran figured that one out.
very clever line that I'm sure he used in the meeting, which was to say, and which is true, I talked to your supporters, and they said that they voted for you because they wanted to end the forever wars and because they wanted to deal with the cost of living. Now, he doesn't have to go that extra point and say, and you've been a failure and you conned them on both points. He can just say that first part, and that part is accurate. And Trump loved that. And so their interests really aligned, where Zoran wants to be able to govern, right? He wants his mayoralty to be a success. He wants to not have the federal government coming.
Trump's heart grew 3 times bigger that day. He legit had a Grinch moment.
Funding. He wants that.
I met this wonderful little girl, Cindy Lou Who. She showed me the true meaning of Christmas, and that Zoran Mamdani is not a bad guy after all. Set up the meeting with the mayor of Whoville, and you know what? I love this mayor. I grew up in Whoville, and I love Whoville. I'm always gonna be part of Whoville.
And Trump sees that this guy's a winner and that he's popular, and that this is a chance for him to sort of glom on to Zoran's
Trump is the Grinch. It's not a bad bit.
Be like, yeah, me too. That's what I'm all about here too. Affordability.
Max, I have this dog. He's loyal as they come. I call him Max, but his real name is Stephen Miller.
We built the houses. Let's go. I'm all about it.
Look, he's dreaming.
We have some of the same ideas. He said. Griffin, you want to pull up? You got the sort of opening.
Before Griffin,
he's growling.
Go ahead,
before
Ryan.
Griffin does that, I have to run. I got to get my kids to a birthday party. But I did want to make one last point, which is
he heard that and he was just like, "Do not besmirch Max. He's one of the greatest. I love the story of Max, the most wonderful dog in all of literature."
That I think there are going to be some Democrats out there who don't like this, that want.
Oh yeah. Oh, Elise Stefanik and the centrists are gonna hate this. Now, the ones I'm really interested in seeing are the more the leftists on this one.
Mamdani to don't like that he's being cozy with.
We had Elirda here that said that she was already not she didn't like this. The idea that
somebody who's doing what Trump is doing around here.
There was this type of agreement.
Yeah, we got to get.
Although that's not what you really said. I don't want to miss.
If that's the case, I think he's losing the plot a little bit, because I think that it's politics is not a sport, and you're not, and scoring points by owning somebody in person doesn't actually make anybody's life better, doesn't actually do.
No, but it makes right-wingers' lives better in the fact that they have a 5-minute clip that they can just go, look, the left's mad, ha 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 ha.
Anything about ICE or anything else.
Not
that you
exactly
want done,
about
like
substance.
building coalition, building
Hey, look.
power, and doing
Hold
things
on.
for people, for the
There's a
broadest set of
story.
people that you can. That's what politics is really
Oh,
about.
damn it.
And so,
That was
yeah,
gonna be a fucking
I think he's wrong there. We'll see, but who knows?
There we go.
All right, Ryan,
Yeah,
you jumping right now?
Yep, I'll let you
All
guys
right.
finish up.
Yeah, and I just
Sir.
want to actually read this Ryan Grimm post before he's dropping out, but so that we can keep Ryan's
He's
voice
still
in
with
it
us.
while he's gone. He said Trump and Mamdani giving the country a vision of what bottom v top rather than left v right politics could look like, if not historic, a genuinely novel development. And I'll add to that, both of them from wealthy backgrounds too, which is kind of interesting. Wealthy New York kind of coastal backgrounds, but coming to politics from an outsider.
You missed part of your eye. Usually I will not critique people's makeup, but she's really bad at it.
Perspective, both being like totally hated at least after Trump entered politics by the press. And so I feel like I once asked Keith Kellogg, who was his NSA at one point. He's now a special envoy.
Yeah, look, she literally missed part of her eye.
Ukraine. Why Trump seemed
I'm sorry, I'm gonna be as respectful as possible. Like if I was dating her and it's just like, and I saw her, it's like, hey, no, before you go out,
to be interested in the Assange case. And Keith Kellogg told me because he thinks Trump sees some of himself in Assange.
Oh no, it's so stark. I know, when you see it, you cannot unsee it.
And I think that's true to some extent with Zohran Mamdani as well. Like I was watching Trump you could just feel the respect. It was like the phrase that Ryan just said was in my head.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm just going to point out that when J.D. Vance has a better smoky eye technique than you might have a problem.
While I was watching it, game, respect, game, I was like, that's exactly what's going through Trump's head right now. He just respects the hell out of people who win.
Well, and that's the other thing that Trump gets out of this is like...
It looks like she forgot the other eye. I know! And then this one's all chonked up.
Now he's the guy who gave a giant tax cut multiple times to billionaires and surrounds himself with tech oligarchs and does all of their bidding and is trying to make it so states
Oh, no, you didn't.
can even regulate AI and is flooding the street with ICE thugs, masked agents, and is blocking the release of the Epstein files. Like, he is now the consummate insider, and a lot of his fall off in his approval rating and dissatisfaction
The ultimate taboo.
with his own base comes from that brand damage. So I think also the sense that Zohran is this outsider who did upset the apple cart. Like, not only does Trump want to go Me Too with regard to his affordability message, he also wants to go Me Too with regard to, oh yeah, we're just, he talked about Bernie. He's like, me and Bernie, well, man, we got a lot in common. Me and Zohran, we got a lot in common, which again is an extraordinary, it's just extraordinary. Like,
Where's this third guy here?
this guy, Zohran Mamdani, none of us knew who he was.
He hasn't said a thing. How long are we in
A year
this?
ago, right?
We are 7 minutes and 50 seconds. He hasn't said a word.
I guess we were just starting to get to know who he was a year ago. And now here he is in this meeting
Why is this one not monetized? That's
with
interesting.
the president. And you could tell, and the president is doing his best to associate himself with the ideas and the posture of the mayor of New
Make
York.
up be damned.
And so that's why I actually...
Oh, do you think? Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe she got the lottery. Because I know that they do like a press lottery. So she was just like, oh shit. All right, gotta go.
Actually, disagree with Kyle too. Like, I think this was extremely elevating for Zohran. And to Ryan's point, if your bottom line is like, I need to deliver for New Yorkers, this was the right move. If your bottom line is, I want to have a
Speaking of an energy
confrontation
drink.
with Trump because I think that will help my poll numbers, and if things don't go well, I
don't
can
need an
blame it
energy
on
drink. I
Trump,
need a protein
then it
shake. I'll
wasn't
be
the
right
right move. But if you're just focused on what can I do to actually have my best possible shot at governing this city, I think this went extraordinarily well. And I mean, to have Trump effectively bending the knee to Zohran in this way, I mean, I don't know. To me, that's a major win. It's a major win. And what is the rest of his party going to say? Who've been, echoing Trump and calling him a communist and saying he hates Jews and all these sorts of things. And he's there like, go ahead, call me a fascist. It's fine. And by the way, I don't think you're a jihadist. And, you know, we're going to get along great. And I'm going to be your partner in making New York City great.
That's the stuff that, like, from the comments we were reading, really pissed off his base.
I wanted to congratulate.
They're just like, oh, how can you abandon all that? You were saying all this and now we think it.
The mayor, he really ran an incredible race against, a lot of smart people.
That's their audio, by the way.
Against some very tough people.
I got this all the way up.
And he beat him easily. And I congratulated him. And we talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built and food and prices. And the price of oil is coming way down. That anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York. And we've got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25%
Leftist audio on C-SPAN? Yeah, for real.
less than last year. So that's good for New York, good for everybody. But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am. I will say there's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. And we're going to be
Oh, my God. The fact that's a quote from him right now.
helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York.
Dreams come true.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Dream come true.
There's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. We're gonna
You're going to let him speak at all?
make each other's dreams come true.
Dreams come true. I love it when he slips into.
I'm
like, he's been listening to
Why is he even
Phantom of
there?
the Opera, Elton
Mhm.
John, cheesy
Mhm.
music, and he just sort of slips into the language.
He's
and make
yeah.
the dreams come true.
Amazing. No, I mean, there were so many extraordinary moments where, he clearly is impressed by Zoran's victory. He's giving him, anytime there's a tough question that comes Zoran's way that might be a little uncomfortable for him, Trump jumps in to rescue him.
We've got the fascist clip here just on that moment right there.
Yeah,
where he
let's
gets
see that one
rescued.
because that was crazy.
Let's go for
Oh, is
that.
he their
'Cause that was
producer?
that was my jaw dropping moment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that kind of makes sense.
I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of Dem leadership, and the minority leader.
All right, if he is their producer, then he should know that his audio needs to be a little higher, specifically with his desktop audio being fed in. Come on, man.
Despite his endorsement of you.
I am literally doing this from a fucking basement, and I somehow have better grasp on how to do this.
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing. I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist. And your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about.
That's okay. You can just say yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the clip about the him getting Zoran calling Trump a fascist.
It's easier. It's
Oh my
easier
God.
than explaining it. I don't
Right there, it's funny.
I actually thought that moment that when Zoran was just like, okay, I think he actually should have been like, oh no, it's all right. He should have just kept going instead of like letting Trump be like, no.
Well, and there was another moment where someone was like, he's called you a despot. And Trump was like, I've been called worse.
I know. Because like you go in with your list of questions and they kept asking him about fascist and despot. And I was like,
Yeah.
he kind of has answered that 3 times, guys. Like,
right.
People have called Zoran some pretty crazy stuff.
Like the question that Emily Jashinsky got in right under the wire here at the end.
Yeah, we got that, Griffin. Let's play that.
Let's do it. I was so happy. I thought we weren't going to get yours, but we got it, folks. Let's take a listen to Emily Jashinsky in the Oval.
Please.
Why is it YouTube or Twitter to YouTube audio is awful?
His campaigns multiple times by calling Zoran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the open?
No, but she's out there campaigning, and you know, you say things sometimes in a campaign. Capable person, but you really have to ask her about that. But I don't particularly. I think I met with I met with a man who's a very rational person.
By the way, guys, just completely random. If you are looking for a protein shake that does not taste like a protein shake, doesn't have that nasty aftertaste, boom.
With a man who really wants to see New York be great again. And I can say again, because New York was great. You know, when I'm waiting.
Wow.
You know, another moment I thought was extraordinary was when he was asked.
Holy shit, this audio is a mouth mule version of chewing tinfoil in a lightning storm.
This was actually a good question. He was asked, would you feel safe?
Is that Fairfield? Yes, it is.
Living in New York under a mayor, Mamdani.
Yeah.
And he was like, absolutely.
30 grams.
Yes. 100%. I absolutely would. No problem. And that might have been when he talked about, you know, he's retained a police commissioner that apparently Ivanka knows. I mean, it's the Tishes.
Oh,
you
Tish,
know,
yeah,
so he's like, I know it comes from a great family, and I've heard that she's doing great work. So, yeah, I don't know. A friend of mine just texted me and said his quote was Trump is such a star fucker. Zoran tamed him. And
perfect. Well said.
there is some of that. I mean, Trump talked about
No,
Emily,
it is.
how
That's totally fair.
He's met with all these heads of state.
He sees him as more of a celebrity than he does an actual head of state
And no
or
one cared.
head
And
of
there's
city.
hundreds of people lined up, dying to know about this and dying to get a question in, etc. And that is obviously the kind of thing that impresses our president.
Yes, I mean I think that's exactly right. He knows, and someone also asked about whether Mamdani took some of Trump's media strategies, social media strategies into his own campaign, and they were also very friendly about that. I think it's another thing that Trump really had this respect for. Mamdani has probably seen the ads and was like, these are smart.
I'm
because
asking for
anybody
someone
with
else.
political instinct would look at that campaign and say it was very, very smart. And Trump mentioned himself watching Mamdani's numbers go up and up and up. And now it's actually funny because a lot of people are, I'm just seeing this commentary on social media being like, oh, Trump just killed the New York governor's race for Republicans because so much of their efforts to take on Hochul are focused on tying her to Mamdani. And the Mamdani tie works a lot less well. It's not as dangerous if the president's backslapping with him in the Oval Office.
I mean, literally, just grabbing it. He did the handshake that you do when you meet somebody new that you're just like, we're buddies. Like, oh man, did we hit it off?
Saying he feels perfectly safe in New York City, would feel perfectly safe, taking away your jihadist line, which is insane and just a completely stupid thing to do.
Adrian Vixen, welcome to the show.
He
How's it going?
neutralized 80% of the Republican
Keeping
campaign
well.
against Kathy Hochul, and it's Elise Stefanik.
We're having fun with the reactions to Mamdani and Trump.
Who is his hand-picked
Oh
person.
boy, the Fox News comments, that was fun.
For that role, whose campaign he just undercut.
Definitely
not
got a
just
good
in
segment out of
response to
that.
My question, but actually the entire meeting, the photo op, everything in and of itself neutralizes the Stefanik campaign.
I was thinking about, I mean, this has been a common talking point. You heard on Fox News, you heard it from Bill Maher, even in a lame and poorly received joke about how Zoran winning was a big win for Republicans. And, they're going to hang this guy around the neck of Democrats. They're going to talk about how he's a jihadist doing Sharia law. I had some guy on my kid's soccer practice this week talking about how New York was going to be under Sharia and all this stuff. And so I think
just one more reason I'm so glad I don't have kids is I don't have to do shit like that and interact with shitheads like that.
We're always wrong about how effective that would be. But there's no doubt there were a million Republican consultants out there we're going to use the Zoran guy to paint every Democrat who's running this.
It's got to be the worst part about being a parent is having your kid all of a sudden become friends with a fine kid. But then you meet their parents and you're just like, oh, God.
Cycle in the midterms as extremist, Islamist, jihadist, communist, whatever. And now you have the president of the United States I love this guy. Me and him, we're basically the same. He's a great champion. We're going to work together. I'd feel great about living in New York City under him.
Yeah, when he said that was wild, where he was just like, you know what? I would totally, I think that I would go back, I think that it'll be great. It'll be great under him. I think that he's going to do great things. We're going to end up working together. Like, that was crazy.
Whole ad campaign strategy, I would
I
say.
love how both sides of the political aisle are shook by this, where we're just like, whoa, 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 whoa. They did a what now? They did a bipartisanship? What?
It's pretty well undercut and out the window for the.
Not even just bipartisanship, because again, the centrist Dems are going to be they have to be mad about this. Honestly, we'll look into them after this.
Midterms. Now, again,
I'm kind of interested to see what they're saying.
I don't think that was going to work anyway, but they were certainly queuing that up, and
I preemptively apologize if it happens to be a CNN clip,
especially in these New York races, that the governor being most prominent among them.
Well, and the thing is, it works in some districts.
I can't stop looking at her bad eye
It's
makeup.
like the Republicans go back to 2010 all of the time, and we'll talk about their success using Nancy Pelosi as kind of the boogeyman, where you tie every Dem candidate to San Francisco, Nancy Pelosi. And there's some places where that'll work, but virtually no place. There's no place that'll work now unless Trump turns on MAMDANI, which is obviously possible.
Oh yeah,
certainly
that could
possible.
happen at any moment. It could happen later today.
Oh, absolutely.
I feel like I'm the only one not surprised at this. Really?
Well, we're talking.
Yeah, like it's. I don't
We'll
see
have
people
to,
running around down here in the basement, so in the White House basement. So I'm assuming that didn't happen.
Maybe
yet,
elaborate
but,
a little bit.
It's like that could be imminent, and if that happens, everything we just said goes out the window a bit. But MAMDANI is not Nancy Pelosi. He's much more talented at like the media politics strategy than selling himself, advertising, all of that than Nancy Pelosi ever was.
And doesn't come off as just like an out of touch elite. I mean, that was really the problem with her and why those attacks were so effective. So number one, I think we should assume that there will be still a falling out, a confrontation, like it will get ugly and nasty between them. I think that is probably unavoidable, given the positions that they both occupy. So I think that is likely going to come at some point in the future over some issue. We have no idea what, right? And Trump will feel scorned, because Zoran says something mean about him or whatever. I also want to steelman, though, like the lefty case against this meeting. Like, here's a guy that you yourself say is a fascist, that you yourself say was enabling and funding a genocide and is now helping to facilitate a total occupation.
Emily seems to have brought the Riz. Maybe she's watching Pep Talks. I'm not even going to lie, guys. There's been once or twice where I said something and then they did like, they changed that one thing where I'm just like, okay, that's interesting.
Who just accused
like,
6 Democrats of
hit their radar somehow?
And
how come they can't give a shout out?
Them to be hanged, right? You are.
But I'm also not delusional, and I understand that.
Part of the case that you made is I'm going to fight this guy. Like I'm not going to go and bend the knee. I'm going to confront him. I'm going to be the toughest fighter against Donald Trump, because of what he's doing to America, what he's doing in our cities, the way he's ripping families apart. All of that. So, Zoran, one of his great strengths is coming across as super authentic, saying what he means. So how can you square those things that you said on the campaign trail with this very friendly and conciliatory meeting? Griffin, I'd actually be curious for your thoughts on that, case that perhaps something like that would be the case that Kyle would make. I don't want to put words in his mouth. He's probably going to record his own segment here momentarily. But, what do you think of that position?
I mean, I know I get where they're coming from, but then
send him to the porch.
It comes down to what Ryan said, which is like strategy. It's like we can like feel these ways about things, but what is going to be the most productive, like real world solutions to change any of it? And it seems to be like that you can talk as much shit as you want on Trump and then just be good in the room with him. And that seems to be the solution to like every.
Guys, as I said it.
What's up, y'all? Hope everybody out there is having an awesome day. I have some incredible.
She sent his ass to the porch. No joke. Okay. That was worth
world
it.
leader's problem.
I'm glad I
It's
looked.
the reason why, like, they won't let Venezuela, who's Maduro? They won't let Maduro even write like a pen pal note to Trump, because the second you get
coming
close
at
to
you left from the
Trump,
porch.
it's over, because you can wow him in the room. So yeah, I know. I think that Zoran is not only with this, but with his primary endorsements.
This is how you know I watch too much of their content.
He is clearly setting out to be a very calculated, individual that wants to make sure that he can rule and accomplish some of his goals. We've seen that with him going to a DSA meeting a few nights ago and talking about not supporting a primary against Jeffries. You know, you can agree or disagree on that, but it's showing that
I actually, when you look into the candidate's sus as fuck.
he wants to play a role where he can deliver in New York City.
If we're going to go based on the fact that it's like, yeah, but they're DSA, it's like they only became DSA in October. You don't see this. You don't see where this guy's like, everybody on the left is calling him an opportunist. AOC and Zoran are calling him an opportunist. It's almost like they don't want to be directly insulting to a DSA candidate, but they're also saying like, hey, not the guy.
City. And
they just had George Soros, you know, so let's put it to New Yorkers to be able to be fooled, okay?
And the more national desire for him to lead Democrats on everything seems like he wants to lead for New York first, have that be a success, and then see what comes afterwards.
Well, I think, Emily, he feels the weight of the office in terms of if he is not a good mayor and public opinion turns on him in New York City, then it will be considered a death knell for democratic socialism. You guys, we tried.
He's in a sweater, but he has a palm tree in the background.
Ideas. Turns out you can't govern.
Yeah, sometimes it's warm and you got to turn the AC on in the house.
Was a failure.
I mean, honestly, that's why I wear sweaters all through the summer.
Now, when Eric Adams, who's a centrist, fails and is the least popular mayor in all of New York City history, that is not used as like an indictment of all of democratic corporate centrism, even though it probably should be. But that's not the way that logic works. But we all know it will be different.
Who's the candidate?
If you have this democratic socialist comes from behind, rebuked by the
Osmo
establishment,
or something
and then
like that?
he's not able to govern effectively. And so my sense of Zoran is that he feels the weight of that and is really, really focused on, okay, what are going to be the barriers in my way to achieving my agenda, making people feel like the city is running effectively, you know, being able to get some of my key policy priorities through, working with some of the people who were really skeptical or who could be completely adversarial to me. I think he probably learned some from the Bill de Blasio mayoralty, where
Brooklyn
de Blasio
City Council
was
member
able to get some of his key priorities through, but still maintained this very adversarial relationship. I mean, Cuomo and him just absolutely hated each other's guts. I don't know that there was any solving that anything Bill de Blasio could have done, but in any case, it helped to create an impression that his mayoralty was ultimately a failure. And so that my sense is that he's like, okay, any sort of political browning points I could get from endorsing Chi Osei, which again, that I actually have more of a problem with than this Trump meeting. Any browning points I could get from those sorts of things, like my first and foremost is I need to deliver in this city. And that ultimately is how he thinks he will be judged, and the success of his ideological political project will be judged.
Well, and
he's a Hassan
I think
Abihed.
also right now, even we've focused so much on the Trump side of this meeting, but the way Mamdani handled it was also
without Mamdani and AOC endorsing him, he's not going to go very far, unfortunately.
Masterful, because there were.
And I'm not going to play into that kind of division when it's like, no, we got Mamdani, we got AOC. What are we going to do? We're going to start causing infighting over the fact that they both agree that this is bad timing.
Moment.
You know, there's probably something to that. That makes me wonder, realistically, it's like, okay, like I said, the guy registered with DSA in October.
He actually clearly, I just got this. Someone sent this really smart post to me on Twitter. Someone says, I'll never understand, shout out to this person, how more people don't understand how to play Trump like a fiddle. Mamdani did it perfectly.
He did. He literally played him.
John. And it's like, there's a lot of cowards out there who don't want to, I think, swallow the tough pill of the fact that Trump is actually the president, which means he does have some control over New York City. And in the case of Zoran Mamdani, a lot of desperate people have found, many of us might disagree with it, but have found hope in Donald Trump. And that's not something that Zoran Mamdani or Donald Trump can control right now. It's a thing that exists. And so by going into the Oval Office and
I think you're overstating that, Emily, but okay.
Like doing
see what she's
without,
saying.
I think, compromising his integrity with what he literally said. It's a very fine line to walk when you are finding ways to kind of give Trump what he wants to hear while also not saying anything that you literally do not believe in. And he did that. And there are a lot of people who never even bothered to try doing that. They like hide behind a binder like Gretchen Whitmer. But yeah, like he's dude is smooth.
He's a primetime player. There's no doubt about it.
I also think your point is so good, Crystal, that he does feel the weight of his movement on his shoulders, and that's probably why it's important for him to take the meeting and knock it out of the park. The other thing I would add is the whole like some of this is so dependent on where the relationship goes from here. But I think of Muriel Bowser here in D.C., who a lot of leftists are upset with.
No, I shouldn't. Because honestly, Sylvia, I don't give a shit. The thing is, I don't live in New York. I don't have any sway in that race, and no, I'm not going to contribute to that. If Zoran and the AOC are saying no, then I'm going to fucking like you. All right, I'm going to go with that.
But what Trump's takeover of DC could be 20 times worse from like a leftist perspective right now.
Like I said, I know nothing about the guy except for what I have looked up, and I'll tell you what. If this was in Chicago, I would have a problem with that. That's why, listen, I've been pretty consistent about this because I also had the same problem with Kat Abu-Ghazaleh being from Texas and like possibly running a sandbagging fucking campaign, but I've come around on that one that's not the case.
And I think there's a decent example of somebody who has brokered somewhat of a truce that it looks like a compromise maybe superficially.
I honestly don't care about his campaign.
But the substance of it is it's preventing something that from a leftist perspective.
If it goes somewhere, I'll cover it.
The National Guard could still be doing or could be doing much more than it ever did in D.C. He was going to do it anyway.
Because as it stands right now, he's not even challenging. He's thinking about it.
And that's what I think a lot of people don't understand is there's an inevitability to Trumpism when he's the president of the United States. And there are, to Ryan's point, just substantive wins that leftists can get.
Well, and I think Zoran, I think he thinks about the sewer socialists in Milwaukee, where, again, the reason they were able to govern and have power for the period of time that they did was because they're called sewer socialists because they literally built out the sewer, right? They created public works that improved people's lives. And that's how they were judged, was not by like pie in the sky ideological theory, but by, okay, they made my life better and easier. They improved sanitation and I'm for it. And so, yeah, I don't really care what they call themselves. I'm going to vote for that again.
This is why it's so much easier when you do focus on a single issue that you can realistically show the people that you succeeded in.
Because that made my life better.
This is why I've always been very hypercritical of people that they want to get power, but then they're all over the place because they want to solve all the problems at once without putting all their focus into just one.
And so I think,
as someone with ADHD, I can already tell you that's how I have to do things.
I think he has some of those.
Put all my focus into the one thing I'm doing. Otherwise, it's all going to suffer.
In mind, but in any case, any final thoughts, guys? Because I do have to go pay attention to my kids as well.
No, the only thing I was going to say is the reason I asked that question. We talk about it a lot on our show, but like. Just it is so brain dead to refer to Zoran Mamdani as a jihadist, and it cheapens the label. It cheapens all of these labels for times when you may actually want to use it, like with al-Shara in the White House last week.
Yeah. How about that guy last week? Wasn't that just a few days ago?
By the way, but it is also fear-mongering, and I think
it just makes you look stupid too.
It makes you look stupid.
Does. No, it made that one reporter look stupid and catty.
But it's also one of those things that like there are a lot of people out there who take that seriously. They put trust in politicians like Elise Stefanik. It's not us, but there are people who do that.
Jason Landers playing Trump. Mamdani walked in with one currency Trump loves, real estate interest. Trump sees a deal and will put more money in his pocket, pretending to tackle the housing problem.
It's a scummy, gross, and stupid thing to do. On top of that,
that's a fair assessment.
On top of being cynical, it is also not. It's dumb. It's not going to work. So that's the little background as to why I wanted to get that one in.
Laura Loomer is on life alert.
Oh my God! Have we gotten a Loomer message?
Oh yeah, we did. But after al-Shara and now Zoran in the Oval, Laura is at an all-time low right now. So we all need to be thoughts and prayers for Laura in this moment, in this hardship.
Here we go. She says, so we are just
somebody
going to
check on Laura
Loomer,
pouring one out for Laura Loomer.
That's in response to Clay Travis. Mamdani openly campaigned with
Yeah,
Palestinians who
wait,
stormed synagogues.
Watch as he landed it in D.C. moments ago for his meeting with President Donald Trump. Laura Loomer confronted Zohran Mamdani and asked him if he condemns his supporters who violently stormed a synagogue last night in NYC, where Mamdani supporters called for the Jews to be... Mamdani refused to condemn them and instead said his supporters are focused on an affordability crisis. There's nothing to have faith in. I'm a realist. Giving people false hope is morally wrong.
He campaigned with the 93 World Trade Center bombing
so mad already.
nonsense. Mamdani said he globalized Intifada. Mamdani wants white people to
All
be
right.
taxed more. Mamdani wants to ban ICE. Which part of that makes anyone feel comfortable? Anyway, yeah.
I thought Jack Posobiec. I mean, I'd like props to Posobiec. The white person property question was kind of funny. He didn't let it go. He didn't let it go.
Yeah, no, good. I mean, good question, good response.
Yep.
You know, all the way around. So
It just the big W for
Stop. All right. Why is producer guy on camera when he looks so tired, beaten down, hasn't really added anything? I have to actually, like, I'm genuinely curious about this. Like, did you need a 3-person panel when Emily was in the White House?
for America today.
He's making me uncomfortable with the way he keeps doing, like, just looking around.
I was saying this in our signal, but
He literally looks so tired that it's like, dude, go take a nap.
I think everyone that runs for office is now a
Like, he literally looks like he was in an airport for fucking hours before he did this interview.
breaking points watcher or a recent guest. It seems like everyone that we're talking to now is watching the show. So
our power group.
No, he's tired. He's the producer on this show, and there's something.
Rose,
Yeah,
Dave
he's been putting in the work for
You're
sure.
welcome. You're welcome, New York City. All right, bye guys.
Great job in there, Emily. That was cool to see. Great.
No, that was cool. All right, we got some more coverage, guys. It's all coming in. It's all coming. It's all rolling in. We're gonna have a long night, but this is gonna be fun. Here, let's take a minute before we go barreling into the rest of the coverage or the basalts. Nah, be nice, be nice. No, I honestly think that he's just sleepy instead of high on politics. It's sleepy on politics. Yeah, he looks. Trust me, I know the difference. I do know the difference. All right, you know what? Since we're in between segments right now, let's rip another pack. While I do that, let's talk some Fallout here, because it is funny. Just seeing that, I didn't know that Laura Loomer was like at the airport waiting for Zoran, and she did ambush him too. So, that makes me kind of happy that she waited to do that. Didn't like she thought she got her moment, but now, pretty much radio silence here. Because let's see, when was the 8 hours ago? Oh wait, 4 minutes ago. Here we go. Come on, Laura Loomer, we got this. Have faith, and I'm going to turn around and stay the course. There's nothing to have faith in. I'm a realist. Giving people false hope is morally wrong. I predict that millions of GOP voters are going to be sitting out 2016, or 2026, sad to see. Hopefully we are able to codify President Trump's agenda, stop the judicial coup, and get mass deportations before the Democrats win in 2026. We have less than 1 year before the Dems win. She's already calling it a Dem win. This is fun. This is fun. I might even bring these tweets up so we can make a little small segment out of this one too. But all right, Pokemon's first. Are we talking about how Trump swooned over Mamdani? Yes, we are. There, Dave. Welcome to the program. Appreciate having you here. You're definitely gonna. I do recommend checking out the replay, or when I put out the clipped version of the first hour of the show, because oh man, this was good. I covered the whole thing. We did the coverage that was on Agenda Free with our friend Steve, but then we went and read the comments on Fox News. It was worth it. It was well worth it. All right, instead of showing you that, man, this one's got the same thing. Ted, Palmo, Charcadet, Dr. Kick, Bronzong, Dawn, Darumaka. Holy fuck! I fucking pulled one! It's a fucking Mega Charizard! Holy shit! I mean, hell yeah! Good second pack? That just happened. Well, tonight's stream has been a win-win. Holy crap. All right, well, that one goes into a top loader, like, right away. We won't even play games with that. Yeah, guys, I just pulled a Charizard. That's my favorite guy. Yeah. Dude, I feel like a little kid right now. Woo! Charizard! Mega Charizard. Woo, woo. Fuck yeah, baby. All right, let's now we got to play the game. We got to be very, very good to this. So let's get this into the top loader. Into the top loader we go. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, I'm one of those dorks. Whatever. It's fine. I'm a Pokemon nerd that just happens to like one of the most popular Pokemon. But I have explained this. That was my nickname in high school. One of the many nicknames I had, but that was one of my favorite ones because I was like, oh, all right, you know what? If you're going to call me Char something, Charizard's pretty good. I like that. Pack it like a cigarette. Boom. Look at that, baby. Hell yeah. Right here. Sweet. Woo! Second pack. I pulled a fucking an EX Charizard. That is. Pika Pika. Hell yeah, Pika Pika. Pika Pika. What? Now I don't even want. It's like, do I mean, I want to open the rest of them. We're going to. It's Friday, but yeah, I actually got these for the going price of. Actually, I also got a discount because I had a coupon, because I'm one of those people. So, yeah, I got each pack for, it was like $4.50. Not bad. When you got scalping prices out there and you got these assholes literally going after this and stream over a Charizard. Charizard! Bye. That'd be pretty funny. All right, let's yeah, sorry Sylvie for like kind of being like that with listen, I can already see what we're doing here. I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to play into that, especially now. If people want to, like, if they want to get mad about it, go ahead. But I already saw that yesterday with, I forgot who covered it, but they were kind of throwing, like, that narrative, just like, oh, we've already been betrayed by Zoran and AOC. You know, if we're going to elect leaders, I'm going to at least trust in a little bit of their leadership and not constantly do this thing where it's like, God, they did something that I disagree with. Fuck them! And like I said, the little bit that I have looked into that Chi Oso or Ose, it doesn't seem like he's... Yeah. What I'm trying to say is I don't think he's fake. I'm sure that there's a good reason for the non-endorsement, though. Oh, yeah. And that's exactly it. Like, there's got to be a good reason for it, and that's where I'm just like, nah. Time to pull out a Coke and Pop Rocks for full effect. I do have some warheads upstairs from Halloween. Alrighty, let's get to the Laura Loomer coverage. Alright. This is just going to be fun, guys. We're just going to read some of the Laura Loomer tweets. Alright, so. Let's see, when did she start freaking out? I don't want to hear another conservative ever complain about being called a fascist. If we are going to be outraged, let it be real. Oh my God! She's... Whoa! Alright. That's crazy. We should mind. The word fascist is what got Charlie K. Kirked while he was... Okay, no, it wasn't, but...
Do you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay, you can just say
Okay.
yes. Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining.
What is Elise Stefanik going to campaign on now during her NY gubernatorial campaign since Zora Mamdani's policies have been signed off as comfy by the GOP? Are you still running for governor, Elise? Dems just need to run clips of this presser today to defeat Elise Stefanik. They're probably going to. America's future doesn't look so bright. I'm not optimistic about what our country will look like in 2030. I'm going to be very honest. We have a lot of problems, and we have less than a year to address them before Dems take the House. I'm not an optimist. I'm a realist. The word is unpredictable. Markets are shaky, and the value of the dollar may not hold. Oh, I think she's doing a gold reading there. Zora Mamdani lied, saying, I care deeply about the Jewish safety, and I look forward to rooting out anti-Semitism across 5 boroughs and protecting Jewish New Yorkers and every New Yorker who has called the city home. This morning when we confronted him, Zora Mamdani said something totally different. No, he didn't. He actually said pretty much the same thing. Why did Zelensky receive a harsher welcome at the White House than Mamdani? Interesting. If socialists are doing such a good job, then I guess nobody needs to vote them out during the midterms. If you're a Republican, why not stay home in 2026 and 2028 since Mamdani's policies are amazing? I'm confused. No need to oppose the left, I guess. I guess socialism is comfortable now. No need for the GOP to, well, she's repeating herself in 2016 or in 2026. The message is the message I'm getting from that. Am I missing something? So are we going to normalize communism? Aren't you a host of a conservative radio program at Clay Travis? So Clay Travis said, this Mamdani Trump press conference is an absolute bromance. Both guys seem to love each other. Almost zero conflict, tons of praise for each other. Aren't you a conservative radio program, Clay Travis? What are you preserving by glazing communism, anti-white racism, Jew hatred, open borders, and Islamic terrorism? Sad to see. The GOP will lose the midterms. Dude, she is crashing out. Oh my God. Okay. You know what? Screw it. The Laura Loomer crash out. This is something that we could have expected, but it already is better than I thought it would be. So you go back to pretty much, let's find the beginning of this. When was the first thing that she tweeted about this? All right, so here. 5 hours ago, Fox News covered Loomer Unleashed. Here, let's
How are you, sir?
Brother, I can tell you all I've been thinking about.
The Charles Downs question to Zora Mamdani today ahead of his 3 p.m. meeting with Donald Trump. New York's mayor-elect arrives in Washington, D.C. Is that Laura right there? Where's Laura? Okay, you could barely hear her, so yes, she's acting like it was like nothing but like that was the only question that he could hear, and he just ignored it. And just say that much too. All right, here we go. Wild to avow a jihadist communist to stand behind the president's desk in the Oval Office. Sad to see. Aaron Rupert says, just days ago you referred to Trump as a despot and accused him of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract any of those remarks? Mamdani, we are both very clear on our positions and our views, and what I really appreciate about the president is our meeting focused on places of disagreement, but shared purpose we have. Trump, I've been called much worse than a despot. Damn it. Not condemning Trump, however, I think that we can all agree it's a bad look to let a foreign-born man, she is just going for it, who said he wants to implement anti-white policies like taxing white people more money to stand behind the desk of the Oval Office. Mamdani said America is a racist country, and he supports communists who say white men are the most evil in the country. He calls Trump's supporters fascists and incites violence against Jews every day. Trump said he's withholding federal funds to Mamdani since he refused to comply with ICE. So does this mean we aren't getting mass deportations in NYC? Oh, that's almost like it's a good thing. I took Trump at his word when he said he wasn't giving Mamdani funding. Now he's said he's working with him one day after Mamdani's supporters stormed a synagogue in NYC and called for the Jews to be paid. Mamdani said he will fight all Trump policies. His election night speech was dedicated to getting Trump. Are we normalizing communism now? It's quite remarkable. What are we doing? Dude, she was, oh my gosh. This is a crash out. We're watching it in real time. Every type here, just she's losing her mind. Trump says he's withholding aid. I guess that's not happening. I guess this also means we won't be seeing the DOJ review at Mamdani's lies on his immigration paperwork. Oh, you guys are still on that one, huh? You guys are doing the birtherism. Okay. That's kind of funny. Trump just said Mamdani is rational. There's nothing rational about allowing illegal. I mean, this is fun watching the craziest of the crazies and the raciest of the racists. There's nothing. I'm stunned. Hopefully, we see more of a condemnation of Mamdani and his communist, anti-white views from. Man, she really is just hammering this J word. This is very dangerous. We can address affordability with embracing anti-white racism and communism. What are we doing? Mamdani only campaigned with Palestinians who stormed synagogues. He campaigned with... Okay. It seems like you're already just losing the plot here, Laura, but I'm glad that he totally pissed you off. What part of any of this makes sense or makes anyone feel comfortable? He's still the same about Mamdani, blah, 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 blah. It's pretty much the same one. So are we just going to normalize communism? Aren't you the host of a conservative program? We already read that. Why did Zelensky receive harder treatment? Interesting. This morning we confronted him. Zoran Mamdani said nothing but different. Okay, there's the gold. America's future doesn't look so bright. I'm not optimistic about what the country holds will look like in 2030. I'm going to be very honest. We have a lot of problems. Oh, I did read this. And we have only less than a year to address them before the Dems take the House. I'm an optimist, I'm not an optimist. I'm a realist. And then she calls out Elise Stefanik. The Democrats will have a landslide election in the midterms after today. Mamdani is the face of the Democratic Party. He supports open borders, cashless bails, jihad, anti-white racism, and the end of Western civilization. How will the GOP campaign ahead of 2026 if Mamdani and his policies are now considered rational and good for New York? I hope that the GOP can codify Trump's agenda over the next year because we are losing the midterms. There's nothing to combat if the policies of the leader of the Democratic Party are rational and comfortable. It's almost like he just gave the game away, that he's using you for his own means. And he actually, when it comes down to actual politics and policies, it kind of shows. It's like, oh, this is why he was part of the Democratic Party for so long. You all know the truth. Doesn't even try to cope. Or don't even try to cope. Is the GOP going to lie in fundraising, copy and say his policies are bad when it's all now on video that his policies are acceptable? Dems will win in 2028 as well. I will work hard to codify Trump's agenda over the next year before the Democrats work to impeach him and jail him and gridlock his administration in 2026. I like to be realistic. We have one more year and then it's over. I mean, I like to see this. I like to see this disparity. Despair, I should say. You can only focus on what you can control. I'll focus on the next year. What do you mean? What are you going to do, Laura? You're a fucking commentator who, honestly, you've already been put into places that you should have never even been in any way as far as having the president's ear. Now, you're going to do this. You're going to constantly go after him, which I'm sure that he's just going to ignore that. He has a great history of ignoring people that slam him. President Trump says it's a great honor to meet at Zoran Mamdani. I support President Trump. It's important to know, or that we don't forget MAMDANI wants to abolish ICE. He supports open borders and campaigned with a World Trade Center bombing co-conspirator. Really? You care about that after this week with MBS? Okay, shut the fuck up, Laura. Seriously. That's the first time I'm going to take it a little serious, where it's just like, no. I predict millions of GOP voters are going to be sitting out 2026. She keeps repeating herself. God damn. Someone get her some fucking Prozac. We get it. Do you need, like, dude, this chick just sits with her phone tweeting all day. Man, I'm glad that I'm not like that on Twitter. 98.7K posts. That's how many. Yeah, like, dude, yeah, I could see that when every brain fart you have, even if it's a repeat brain fart, you're just out there like. The funny part is how Laura Loomer has enormous influence as far as personal management in the U.S. government is concerned. Yeah, I know, right? All right, I'm back to chat, guys. Sorry. Whenever I'm doing these, I really am putting my focus, my focus on that. Okay, so let's see. We got Laura Loomer reacting. Let's see. Are there any Fox News react to this? Let's see. Fox News reacts to MAMDANI. Christmas tree lighting. No. There we go.
I want to go out to Jackie.
There we go. We got Fox News. We got Fox News reacting. Breaking news! I'm going to be like Steve.
I want to go out to Jackie Heinrich, who's asking those great questions right in the Oval Office moments ago. She was in the room.
This guy ain't happy.
Jackie, your impression of the get-together we all witnessed.
You know, it was a surprise to see those two getting along as well as they did. A couple of times I asked the mayor-elect a tougher question,
God.
and the president
It's
almost helped him dodge.
It's the one that had, like, you know, the delivery of a high school girl.
It. Take a listen to one of them.
I want to ask the mayor-elect about.
What the fuck? You gotta be kidding me. Really? Stream is fine. Streamlabs is fine. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm not done yet. I'm gonna fix this. This should be an issue of the past, by the way. Coming up soon. I finally did kind of figure out what has been happening to my stream is when this happens. So you guys know. You most certainly fucking are, so stop it. YouTube's trying to tell me that it's not receiving enough video. Yeah, okay. Just so you guys know, I was watching another streamer earlier that was having the same issues, so YouTube seems to be having issues with its live programming. Okay. Better. No, this is a YouTube issue. This is not internet. My internet issue should technically be resolved. If there is even an internet issue, because I've been running my diagnostics on this stuff, and it keeps coming back that it's a YouTube problem. So, and as I said, I know that I'm not the only live streamer that has been having these issues specifically with YouTube. So, what sucks is that when this happens, I tend to lose audio over on Twitch as well, which is so much fun. But... All right, now we can go back to it.
A House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing...
Socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
Oh, it cut off a little bit early, but I followed up asking the president, or asking MAMDANI rather, to clarify an answer that he gave earlier.
That's a Freudian slip.
Where he seemed to
Who had the power in that room?
confirm that he does believe President Trump is a fascist, and the president jumped in and said, you don't have to answer that, you can just say yes. There were substantive conversations, we are told, about crime and public safety and how the two sides can work together. The president said that regular folks would be surprised at how much they do agree on. He expressed that the mayor-elect has some interesting ideas about housing and some other cost of living issues that maybe they could find some agreement toward. I asked, because crime and public safety kept coming up so many times, if that meant working together on ICE and having ICE agents do the work that we are seeing in so many other cities. Zohran Mamdani had, obviously said that he does not believe that ICE should exist and have the role that it's having across the country. And he said in his answer that there are, I believe, 173 areas of serious crimes in which they will work together. So that was interesting. You also heard the mayor-elect say,
That's what you took from that? Man.
Affirm that he will.
Fox News does have to do like a little extra level of spin because, that took some effort. I have to at least. It's bad credit, but it's like I got to give her credit for at least putting some effort into the spin.
Keep the New York City police force 35,000 strong. And that was significant. And the president multiple times seemed to downplay the idea that maybe they would not be able to work together despite all of this fiery rhetoric on the campaign. You hear President Trump routinely call Mamdani a communist. You routinely hear Mamdani talk about how his administration.
Notice how she has to pivot back to before the meeting for this to kind of be palatable to the Fox News audience.
It's going to be.
They're not talking about the outcome of this, which that should show you exactly how bad this is.
A nightmare for the president.
This is fun.
But there was not.
We'll read the
that
comments
tension
on
in
this
the
one
room.
too.
They were clearly trying to find ways to move forward together. And President Trump also made clear that this is, about New York City, the city where he, built his life and career, has a lot of love and affection for. He even said that one day, he longed to be the mayor of New York City. That's how much
her qualification. She's
he
blonde.
loves that city, and so he's wishing Mamdani
fake blonde, by the way.
a lot of success. Brian.
Right, they start off on the right foot. Remember, they got along. Cuomo got along with the president too, sometimes in the first term, and they blew up famously with each other, and they rallied together at the end. Jackie, great job, great tough questions. You had two people trying to parry them at the same time, but I understand exactly what you were going for. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey, it's Will.
Okay, well, let's do this. So to summarize, the media tried to rage bait them, and they didn't fold. Fox News, that's the first one. Oh, this is awesome. Oh, shit. Cosmopolitics rating with a party of 20. Oh, crap. Well, I appreciate that. Reading some comments over from the Fox News coverage of this. Although I was a little surprised that they didn't show the panel. I'll look for more panel coverage of this because, yeah, the dude, the reaction is insane. So, like I said, this is the first comment on Fox News. To summarize, the media tried to rage bait them and they didn't fold. Oh, he loves hot winners. Dude, he really did. He was. We have something on Pep Talks called Hot Boy Magic, and Zohran brought the hot boy magic, and Trump was just like, you know what? He used the hot boy magic on me, and here I am. I love him. Look at him. Look at him. He's a strut. He projects strength. He's such a great guy. It was so crazy. He loves hot winners. Ooh. I almost misread that the winners part as wieners. It's called being bipartisan, something we need more of these days. Oh my god. Oh my god. This one has 53 replies. Okay, Pepperidge Farm remembers. I agree. But let's not pretend like Fox News and Trump Circle were not relentlessly slandering Mamdani since he launched his campaign. Totally agree. This is how it's supposed to be. Of course they were. That's the game that gets the most clicks. This is so sweet. As a Trumpy, I would say this is wonderful. Really? That's unexpected. Yeah, there is no bipartisanship with a person who wants to run the U.S. and do it. Jesus. The racists are definitely out here. We just covered the Laura Loomer comments on this one, and she lost her frickin' mind, which was barely there, but that's not what's going to happen. They'll try to make buses free and probably fail, and he'll putter out. Keep reading conspiracy theories, though. It's good for you. What the fuck? The disappointment in the Fox report in the Fox reporter's face is priceless. Trump praised Mamdani and wished them well. Fox is spreading hate and division. This is what's so Twilight Zone about it. Fox was one of the MAGA channels spreading the rhetoric, hyping up the division. The medias are spreading hate and division to end in wars. They did this 80 years ago and will do it again. War, weapons, and crisis are the most profitable instruments. 80 years. I mean, they've done it through 80 years, I can at least say. Yeah, CNN, MSNBC never try to create hate and division. Wake up. Of course, this guy's just like, yeah, the other ones do it. Come on, man. If Fox says it shows for sure. Wait, if Fox says it shows for sure that Don is going down. Fox's complete and total arse kissers of. I'm guessing Dong is the name for Mr. Don. First, Mamdani kept Tish as police chief. This was negotiated 2 days ago. Trump is a gracious man. He will see if Mamdani watches his words in public. I don't think so, man. Trump is a gracious man. Sorry, there's every once in a while, some of his sycophants will say something just so out of pocket where you're like, what? Time will tell, not the media. Man, that seems to be the general consensus here, is that everybody kind of caught on that they've been trying to play us, which now you catch on. Good to know. Mao Zedong. Don't let it. Hey, hold on. What I got? You know what? Maybe I do like that. Trouble coming on G. The media, right and left, were hoping for fights and conflicts. It was rather pleasant. People were expecting a slugfest and got disappointed. What did I just witness? Must be an alternate universe. Keep your friends close, your enemies closer. We've seen that one before. Glad to see they kept their cool. You reporters are always the dumbest questions. The man is the mayor of New York. Ask about New York. Poor reporting. Well, I mean, kind of was. Words have consequences. Breaking. Here, let's see what the liberal media is doing here and how they're
one thing in
out.
common. We want this.
They're either glazing out or are they? Do you think?
Do very well.
I honestly don't know.
Congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against a lot of smart people, starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people. And he beat him easily, and I congratulated him. And we talked about some things in very strong common, like housing and getting housing built. And
anybody else just see the sanitation truck just kind of zooming by there?
Food and prices and the price.
I'm going to make my bullshit joke now. Hey.
Oil is coming way down. Anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York. And we've got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less than last year. So that's good.
Yeah, in product too.
For New York, good for everybody.
That's what happens when you take 6 items off, dude.
But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am. I will say there's no difference in party. There's no difference
Good luck.
in anything. And
Good luck spinning that.
To make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New
Wait.
York. And
Seriously, they're just clipping it?
congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Oh,
Thank you.
all right. Glad I caught on to that. No, we're looking for commentary here for once.
I want to go out to Jackie Heinrich.
No. All right, let's see. Fox News.
New York City's Democrat, socialist, and arguably communist mayor-elect requested a meeting with President Trump. And now Zoran Mamdani has arrived in Washington, D.C. The president agreed to meet with him at the White House. And we could see quite a clash or a calm conversation, or maybe a combination of both.
It's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the people crashing out about it, damn it. All right. Might have to look a little harder.
In a follow-up to our previous video,
fuck it.
Mayor-elect
Pondering
Zoran
politics.
Mamdani of
Take a
New
look at
York
what he has to
City
say.
utterly played Donald Trump on live TV so thoroughly that both Fox News hosts and even MAGA Fox News hosts were visibly stunned at how well it went for Mamdani. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to
All right, I'm
support
gonna
the
speed
channel,
this one up.
please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go.
Just a fair warning.
All right,
guys.
friends, Fox's immediate reaction to this has been pure astonishment. They were pitching this thing to be an absolute rhetorical bloodbath.
That meeting with Trump and Mamdani was crazy.
They thought
yeah,
that Trump
I mean that's been the whole show. Let's see, we're at 3 hours. I've done pretty much the entire show on
was
it.
going to bully and, just a totally big dog Zoran Mamdani. All right,
He did.
Right? Make an example of him, the way that they felt.
And somebody said it in Discord earlier about how the way that Trump is sitting and Zoran is standing, like it's supposed to invoke like a power thing, but it's the opposite. It's literally showing the power position seems to be like with Zoran on this one.
Trump did President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine. And obviously, as we discussed in our previous video, that is not what happened at all. This was MAGA Fox News host Brian Kilmeade's immediate reaction.
So there you go, live from Washington, D.C. That's what we just watched. Now I'm in New York City. We were watching that press conference. I think J.D. Vance is jealous. I think the president wants to use him as a running mate. They really got along fantastic. Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade, lucky enough to fill in for Will Kane.
So I just love it. He was as hyped as I was, as giddy as I was. And that's not just a Fox News host. That's not Jessica Tarla. That is Brian Kilmeade of Fox and Friends.
That's weird.
Visibly giddy.
I have to say, I'm actually kind of I was expecting anger.
Even cracking a joke like Zoran Mamdani and Donald Trump get along better than J.D. Vance and Donald Trump. J.D. Vance should be worried, should be insecure. Donald Trump visibly respects Zoran Mamdani more than J.D. Vance, which I think, at least at this point,
what up, Bandit?
It's apparent.
Welcome to stream.
And then he has to calm himself down. Oh, I'm Brian Kilmeade. Okay, that was the immediate reaction. What about a few minutes later?
By the way, guys, if you are joining me and you haven't already hit the follow button over on Twitter or on Twitch, I always do that. I appreciate it.
What about the aftermath?
But also, welcome.
As Fox News hosts began to dissect this.
This was a love fest. It's a respect fest.
And you guys know to hit the like button really helps me out.
Watched CNN and MSNBC after. And they did not know what to do. They expected confrontation. They expected that this would not be a kumbaya moment. But Donald Trump understands the stage at that point. So he's going to give Mamdani a chance. And if he fails, then I'm sure the criticism will come. But in the meantime, he acted the
They're still holding out hope. They're like, you know what? Yeah, so what? That meeting went really well, but he's still going to be putting him under the microscope. I mean, come on, man. He wasn't that nice to
way
him.
a president should respect somebody who just won an election that no one saw coming 5-6 months ago. We never even heard of Mamdani, and now he's the next mayor.
I have a brilliant.
So that's So you see there with Joe Concha, who's full of shit, by the way. He's also obviously impressed with Mamdani, right? So he reaffirms what Kilmeade says, but then he also tries to.
Yeah, it does seem like a lot of them also can't contain the fact that it is like, oh, God, he actually did really well.
Spin it and suggest it's actually more Trump's victory than Mamdani. Well, Donald Trump knows the stage. Donald Trump is all about decorum. Donald Trump is all about grace and civility. My favorite line was he's like, Donald Trump, is doing the right presidential thing when somebody wins an election. You mean like he did in 2020 when Joe Biden kicked his ass and Trump was the incumbent president? He certainly didn't seem to understand what you're supposed to do when a person wins the election. You're supposed to concede and graciously accept defeat. That's what he should have done with President Biden. He didn't. He tried to steal the election.
I like how Mamdani really politely called Trump a fascist. Well, then Trump did the thing where he's like, go ahead, buddy. Go ahead. You know what? Say your words. Who cares? We're just two guys. We're joshing around. Hey, right? Look at you.
From President Biden with his fake elector scheme, and then, of course, a violent insurrection
on
January 6th. You're full of shit when you say that this is typical of Trump. This is Trump knowing the stage, and this is Trump, how he treats people who win an election. Donald Trump relentlessly attacked Zoran Mamdani prior to this meeting, called him a communist, called him a socialist, called him a radical communist, called him a jihadist, somebody who should be deported. He repeatedly threatened to try to deport Zoran Mamdani.
Hey, we said some things. He said some things. I said some things. We were saying things.
He repeatedly threatened to defund New York City, to abuse the powers of the presidency, to cut off federal funds from the biggest and most important.
They want a really messy breakup soon. LOL. Respect Fest was a little too much for Fox.
City in the country, the financial and economic hub of this country.
Well, yeah, because you heard it from Laura, not Loomer, the other one that we, but right before Ingram. So she was obviously just like, there might be fireworks, or it could be a calm conversation. I bet she didn't expect glazing.
He even tried to leverage that weight to prevent Mamdani from winning the election. That was real election interference. And of course, he failed. But Mamdani is so friggin' smart and charismatic, and so effortless.
I'm wondering what he said to him. What was it? What was the and somebody in chat, I got to give you credit, and I forgot who it was. I'm sorry. But someone in chat had said that it was Cuomo. They just sat and made fun of Cuomo for like an hour, and that was the common ground. And he's like, this guy is pretty cool, huh?
Listen, aligning his goals with the few things that Trump says they have in common, without stepping into the minefield of fascism and authoritarianism again. Mamdani never recanted anything he said about Trump. No, shitty.
He
clearly still
no, he didn't walk back one thing. That was also a huge W. It's not like he groveled to him at all.
Believes the truth, which is that Donald Trump is an authoritarian and a fascist, but that Trump's not going anywhere. So what's the point in insulting and mocking him when you can use him? That's what Mamdani did.
Look at that cheeseball smile.
It's brilliant. It was a masterclass, and even Concha seems to admit it. Well, I mean, it was a respect fest. Indeed, it was. In that, at the moment, Donald Trump seems to respect Zoran Mamdani. We'll see how long it lasts. Here's another Fox News host weighing in.
Just one word, wow. Kami Mamdani, as the president has quoted, referring to his guest in the Oval Office there for the past several months, looked like best friends with President Trump now. I mean, it was an extraordinary meeting. We missed, of course, the conversation they were having before they met with the press that went on for about a half hour. The meeting, according to both men, was very cordial. The president saying he wants Mamdani to succeed as best as he can.
It took Zoran Mamdani 30 minutes to change the president's mind on pretty much every platform that he was against at that point, as far as like attacking communism and Zoran Mamdani.
Make New York
that real, like, we cannot overstate, right?
What it can and should be.
Yeah, I can't overstate how important that is.
Again, you hear the awe in his Fox News host voice. You hear it. And I'm sure there's going to be more in the time to come. Now, I promise you, if Trump flips on a dime, so are they. And MAGA is pissed off about this. We'll talk about that in a separate video. MAGA, like Laura Loomer, they are pissed. Jack Posobiec, they are pissed. But
ooh, Jack Posobiec.
Let's stick with Fox and Fox.
Yeah, let's see, because we saw the Clay Travis tweet
of Outkick. He's a regular Fox News contributor. He says, this Mamdani Trump press conference is an absolute bromance. Both guys seem to love each other. Almost zero conflict. Tons of praise for each other. Now, Clay Travis would have been pissed. If you'd said a couple of days ago, do you think that this is going to be what happens? Clay Travis would have said, no, Donald Trump's going to dog walk him. He's not going to put up with this communist Marxist bullshit. He's going to put a leash on Mamdani and walk him around the same way he big dogged Zelensky. Well, do you think that they should try to get along? Why the hell should Donald Trump try to get along with a communist? And then they get
the guy in his 30s played the 79-year-old man,
along, or at least act civilly towards one another in this conversation. And now Clay Travis is like, oh hell yeah, bromance.
Mamdani is also confused how he made it this far, but he's gonna smile through it
Bro,
all.
Get some brewskis.
There was a genuine little like bit of that energy there, where he's just like, I can't believe I fucking pulled this off.
Open some cold ones, watch a game. You know what I'm saying? Honestly,
yeah, no, that's what it was. It was literally like, hey, you know what? After this, we're gonna tip back a few, maybe catch the New York Yankees game. You know, we love New York.
Zoran and Trump co-host a Fox Sports show. That's what I would love. I'd love to see that. They should host. The Super Bowl halftime show. That's where they should be. Screw, we should forget Bad Bunny. Cancel Bad Bunny. Put Zoran.
Should have wiped a booger or two on the desk.
Halftime show. Look at the riz. Look at the charisma that they have, and look at the chemistry. Now they're trying to adopt because
he goes to do it and he wipes it and he hits the crusty booger of the kid.
Of course, to a lot of these people, there is no principle.
Like,
it's
he never cleaned it.
In the moment. These Fox News hosts will realign. I'm telling you, go back and watch the footage leading up to this conversation before it happened. They were pitching this like it was going to be a knockdown, smackdown. Joe Concha says,
yeah. I mean, that's why I did kind of watch the beginning part of that Laura Ingram Because it's like, oh, yeah, they were really expecting it to be a slobber knocker.
MSNBC and CNN, they were expecting a confrontation. You all were too, which makes what Zoran Mamdani pulled off here all the more impressive. Piers Morgan, somebody I pick on quite a bit, but he is also affiliated with Fox. He is a frequent contributor to Fox when he's in the United States. Sometimes he sits in for Jessica Tarlov as the liberal co-host of The Five, which is insane. Because,
that's insane.
She actually defends the Democrats and criticizes Trump, and Piers Morgan never does that. But Piers was flabbergasted. He says, "This is amazing. Kudos to Trump and Mamdani on coming together. We need more of this." They are in awe. They are in awe of Mamdani, and he hasn't even been inaugurated yet. Again, the Democratic Party, we genuinely have a lot of talented operators, and even in the messaging field, right? And they each have their own style. Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, AOC, Bernie Sanders. They are all wildly effective communicators. Jake Auchincloss, really good communicator as well. So there are so many elected. Jared Moskowitz, Jamie Raskin. There's so many really talented communicators in the Democratic Party in elected office. But what Zoran pulled off here, I don't think anybody... Consider the fact that Gretchen Whitmer, who is a very accomplished, very skilled executive, she is the Democratic governor of Michigan. When she was in the Oval Office with Trump, she had that viral moment where they turned the cameras on her and she just put the binder up to cover her face. She was caught off guard. Zoran Mamdani is obviously not infallible, but he strikes you as the sort of person who is very, very rarely, who's much more likely to be on his guard than any of the names I mentioned. What he pulled off here, I'm not convinced any of the others could do. They have their own talents, and maybe in some ways, they're even more communicatively skilled than Zoran Mamdani. Maybe. I think he could hold his own against any of them in a debate, and that's where most of them shine. But he pulled off something unique here. Now, I don't know how long it will last, nor do you. But the fact of the matter is, most of us who paid attention expected that Zoran would totally outplay Trump despite the colossal power differential. And that's exactly what Mamdani did. That was a masterclass performance which visibly stunned multiple Fox News hosts and MAGA Fox News hosts at that. Zoran, you deserve your flowers, buddy. And I can't wait to dive into MAGA's reaction in a subsequent video. But in the meantime, let me know what you think in the comments.
All right. Not what people are expecting.
All right, guys, every era has its defining rivalry. David versus Goliath, Ali versus Frazier, Taylor Swift versus Scooter Braun. But today, we were blessed with a new entry into the pantheon, the cosmic grudge match between Donald Trump and Zoran Mamdani. Roll the tape. Let's see those fireworks.
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought. I want him to do a great job, and we'll help him do a great job. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things that I agree with. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great. I think you really have a chance to make it great.
Guys, what happened here?
Trap.
Total
Trap.
I
wish there was showdown with socialism. That was the huge chyron on Fox in the lead up to this. Showdown with socialism.
It's so funny because when I saw we were earlier today, I was like, "What time is this meeting?" Because I thought we might end up being in this room, and I had this feeling. I was like, I think we're gonna get a twist. I really did think we're gonna twist. I can't believe how much. It's interesting.
I wouldn't have guessed. I was leaning away from fireworks and more just like boring. I did not anticipate like the love fest from Trump to Mamdani.
Yeah, I think what I realized in hindsight is it was in both of their interests because Zoran has an interest on behalf of New York City and Donald Trump has an interest in great television, and both would lead to.
I like how Mamdani always steered the conversation back to affordability, no matter how hard reporters tried to sidetrack it. He always got it back to the the main issue, affordability for the average American.
As cordial a meeting as humanly
possible. And to your point, Trump said as much. He was
Yeah,
like,
he
we
did
have
a
the most
really good job on
important,
that.
powerful, he's like, we have the most influential people in the world in this room. None of them care, but now all the press are here for you because he likes Zoran. But like he literally said he said, I feel very confident he can do a good job. I think he's going to surprise some conservative people actually, and some very liberal people he won't surprise because they already like him. He was asked if he'd feel comfortable living in New York with Mamdani as mayor, and Trump said yes, especially after the meeting. We agree on more than I would have thought. Paging Bill Ackman, right?
You know, Jonathan Martin tweeted, Trump likes a winner. He sort of predicted this. Like Trump likes people who are perceived as winners, and I do think that's true. I also think Zoran's message, when heard just unfiltered by Fox or anything else to Trump, is going to sound unobjectionable, right? Because he's going to say like, yes, I believe in public safety.
He doesn't have a hammer and sickle.
Right?
in his
Yeah,
bag.
exactly. And
Right,
like, I want to bring the rents down, and I want it to be more affordable.
Right.
So like he's going to say things that don't seem objectionable because it's not filtered through the like crazy caricature of like this is he's going to institute Sharia law.
Yeah, there's also two other things. One, Donald Trump is from New York, But Manhattan high society has always been kind of a thorn in his side. They didn't really welcome him. There's a lot of the people that like the Upper East Side Brahmins, like those are the people that didn't like Zoran. So they have a lot of the same villains. The other part of it too is there have been all these reports about how charmed New York's elite have been, or people that were skeptical have been when they finally get to meet him. But those people have ideological commitments. Like they have actual policy preferences and concerns about how he'll be mayor. So they may be charmed by him, but they're still not going to support him. Trump has no such commitment. So he comes in, he's charming, he's deferential in some way to get some trust, and all of a sudden Trump loves him.
Also, we are like, 2 weeks from now, we're like a couple Fox segments away from him posting on Truth
100%.
Social. I will kill him.
This is a fling. This is not a marriage.
This is good. Yeah, this is going to be it's going to burn hot. It's going to burn quick for sure. For sure.
I will say, I'm not kidding when I say this. Donald Trump likes good-looking men. How many times have you been like, the Air Force One pilot was so fucking hot, I wanted to rail the guy who did a corkscrew? And like, I really do think like,
I mean, it is kind of true.
That was the vibe in the room. Also, Trump is like the textbook, like archetypical shit poster.
I got a jam, dude. It's been fun. Enjoy. Oh yeah, thank you for found a mega Charizard
on Truth
today.
Social or Twitter, and in the room, he's like, "Hey, how you doing?" Like Tim Miller always talks.
Thanks for being here, T-Bone. I really appreciate that.
That's about how in 2015 in the primaries they would have the debates. It would be like 900 people, Republicans on the stage.
Ooh. CNN just dropped their video here. After we wrap up their bit here, we'll go to that.
Dunking on all of them, and then he'd walk over during the commercial break and be like, "Hey, Jeb, how's your wife? How the kids?"
I mean, remember, like Kamala Harris just wrote that in her book.
Yeah. Anyway.
Minutes. It was a pretty wide.
You're telling me that there's this idea that it's like all professional wrestling? No way. What?
Breaking news out of the White House, that Oval Office meeting between President Trump and the mayor-elect of New York City, Zoran Mamdani. We have been watching it for...
How in the fuck are you going to like give off a major Fox News vibe here?
The past number of minutes. It was a pretty wide-ranging conversation where the president seemed to...
I don't know. The robotic personalities of all their reporters lately have it's really been just...
to the mayor
insufferable
elect
to
of
watch.
New York City, someone who he had previously called.
I'd much rather watch somebody that has a little bit of emotion and like you can tell a little bit of their biases, just a wee bit. I understand that you're trying to do the centrist, news thing here, but it doesn't work.
A communist and talked about in a certainly relatively derogatory way compared to what we saw today. Mamdani there continuing as he stood next to the president.
Top matches the
to
frame.
Talk about the message that he's been focused on of affordability for New Yorkers. And even when asked a number of times about different topics, kept bringing it back to that point.
They look like AI people. I mean, seriously, in AI based on like news coverage, the easiest one to fool people with would be CNN.
Display of the political skills.
Might as well be an AI reporter. No, exactly.
That we saw land him in this position.
Honestly, that'd be justice if they lost their jobs.
So let's get off the sidelines and head into the arena. My panel is going to be here to weigh in, and we're also joined by CNN.
Hold on. What the fuck is going on with this? All right, this is a Streamlabs issue. You gotta be kidding me. Is it doing it again? Yes, because I'm having skipping issues. You effing serious? Apologies on YouTube and Twitch, guys. Sorry. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I'm having an issue with stream tonight, and what's pissing me off is I'm not getting any stream errors. So the only error I'm getting is from YouTube, this makes absolutely no sense. For it to not show up through my stream report over on my OBS, insane. Yeah, CNN replaces all the reporters with AI VTubers. I mean, seriously, at what point will they just be the AI versions of them? Caitlin looks super happy. She does.
And Chief White House correspondent and anchor Caitlin Collins. Caitlin, this was a much anticipated meeting, and it really was about two New Yorkers. I mean, at one point, the president of the United States looks at Mamdani and says, you got a job that I really used to want.
I mean, this is why politics is fascinating, Casey, because watching this meeting play out, that was so...
It's weird. That is kind of the second time that happened to me. And it happened while I was I was being critical on Fox.
Hyped up with the White House calling Zohran Mamdani a communist just yesterday, basically saying, wait and see what happens when the two leaders are in the same room. The way this just played out, with the president playing basically host to Mamdani inside the Oval Office, I think that entire interaction that just happened before cameras can basically be summed up as in that moment when a reporter was asking Zohran Mamdani, the mayor-elect, if he views President Trump as a fascist. And as Mamdani went to answer that question, before he could even really start to answer, Casey, the president intervened and laughed it off and said, that's okay, you can just say yes because it's easier than having to explain. He said that Zohran Mamdani could say yes, he believes President Trump is a fascist. He did not, and they continued to take these questions from reporters on a lot of issues where they do not agree, Casey. I mean, yes, they kept going back to affordability, but they were asked about crime, they were asked about ICE, they were asked about the National Guard, they were asked about anti-Semitism, they were asked about so many of these issues that obviously have defined their relationship and also the mayoral's race in New York City, period. And they really sidestepped a lot of the issues where they disagree and kept.
Okay, dude, it's rude to say, but I used to say that she kind of has resting Joker face.
Returning to where they do agree.
Oh, she would actually play a good version of the female Joker from like the Flashpoint universe.
Where they believe they can work together. And the president said he believed it was a productive meeting. It was a great meeting. He said he would feel comfortable living in Zohran Mamdani's New York City at one point. And he was asked about comments that Elise Stefanik has made critical of Zohran Mamdani. The president said he disagreed with her on those. It was just a fascinating meeting all around to see this incredibly warm relationship between the two of them. Obviously, politics is at play here for both of them. But the president, I mean, multiple times, Casey was.
I'm getting really tired of any news coverage, whether it's left or right, of using that where it's like they're playing politics. They're fucking politicians!
Was grabbing Zohran Mamdani's hand and shaking it and laughing.
Anybody that ever uses that, you need to feel profoundly fucking stupid. If you do not expect politics to be played by politicians, I don't know what to tell you.
With him and pointing out his staffers who were inside the room. And so just when you think a meeting is going to be tense and fiery, I mean, sometimes you get President Trump recognizing political talent and welcoming him into the Oval Office.
Game recognizes game, I guess. Caitlin, can I ask you, I mean, this president clearly has one way when he is in person with someone who is willing to do the work to charm him. What kind of effort do you think came from the Mamdani side here to try to generate this?
It must be special to get paid as much as they do to have no personality.
As an outcome, because again, it is extraordinarily different to see them together in person and the way the president reacts to that than it is on his social media, where, as you point out, he was calling him a communist just yesterday, essentially.
Yeah, and who knows if this will last. Obviously, if they disagree and the president tries to withhold federal funding, I mean, this is not by any means permanent. But, you know, when world leaders come to the White House, they often try to bring a gift or some kind of invitation or something to flatter the president and win him over. I was listening to Mamdani talk there. A few things he said stood out to me. He pointed out to the president that 1 in 10 voters who voted for Mamdani for mayor, he says also voted for Trump for president. That was something the president clearly liked and highlighted. He talked about how they both ran on affordability and realized that
there's a major crypto fall
for
today,
voters.
Too.
And obviously how they'll tackle that seems to be quite different, but that was something they bonded over. But then, I mean, Trump is a lifelong New Yorker, and he brought up, he said that he went to a pharmacy in Queens, I believe, and was saying that that is where Trump's father used to go to pick up his medicine, and that was a pharmacist that he used to use. So he was appealing to him on all kinds of levels, not just political, but also
Dwayne Reed, I knew the guy.
Also the personal ones, and obviously
great guy, great pharmacist.
He had been, preparing for this meeting. He had consulted with people who've met with the president before going into this because they wanted it to be a successful outcome.
Have you seen the videos of dogs barking through a gate and then they get shy when it opens? I've witnessed it with Stan there.
Given this was his first time in the Oval Office with Trump.
He has a neighbor dog named Millie. Same thing happened where he's all tough. There was one time where her door was left open and I went to go get her and I realized that I left my gate open. So they're literally nose to nose. And then I was just like, oh, I was a little worried. But then I got to, I just put Millie back in her yard, put Stan back in his, and then sure as shit, they're back at it.
Yeah, that takes some serious staff work. Clearly, they know what they're doing. Caitlin Collins, thank you very much for being here, and of course, we'll catch
Why does she look so happy?
you tonight on The Source at 9 p.m. Right
Jesus, did she just have a quickie? Like,
here on CNN.
Damn.
All right, our panel's here. In the arena, CNN Chief National Affairs Correspondent Jeff Zeleny, CNN Special Correspondent Jamie Gangel, CNN Global Affairs Commentator, the former Deputy Press Secretary Sabrina Singh, CNN Political Commentator, Republican Strategist Sir Michael Singleton, and the eminent...
Oh, my God. And the most punchable face in all of fucking politics.
CNN Senior Political and Global Affairs Commentator, the former Chicago Mayor...
Oh, he's getting a check from CNN, too, as a commentator? Wonderful. I'm so glad that all these, fucking elite assholes all just make money hand over fist for nothing.
Thank you all for being here.
Batya Unger Sargon is somewhere crashing out right now.
Ram, Manuel, I want to start with you just because I'm really interested in your assessment of
I hate this guy so much.
kind of the raw political talent and
Again, when I do start to get when I get to talk about my old industry, I get to talk about this guy a lot.
display that we just saw
'Cause this guy's a motherfucker.
between these two men. I mean, what were your sort of takeaways? What stuck out to you?
I had to deal with his office.
How do you
I actually had to put requests in through his the mayor's office.
see
It was
and understand what just happened?
such a bitch.
Well, I looked at it and saw a lot of warmth, respect, and affection.
Wasn't he worse than Lightfoot? Hand over fist.
Actually, between the two men, which means at the private meeting and what they talked.
Honestly, Lori Lightfoot, she just looked weird and she couldn't talk to the press.
Talked about worked, and they were taking.
Let's be real, guys.
Each other's measure, and there's a
She looked like she seriously looked like she stuck her fucking finger in an electrical socket all the time.
respect for capability, as you said. Game respects game. The other thing that I think is really important as a former mayor. You now have the president's blessing with their cabinet, from transportation to public housing to all the resources that are available.
And she also did this thing where she took a lot of political donations and never did anything that she promised. You know.
To actually continue to access both the cabinet secretaries and the
like anything with the CTA.
Essential resources. If the mayor wants to see his.
But this guy started that shit, so you know
his
what?
agenda
He's just as much to blame.
And they found places on the first meeting they both.
And honestly, if Brandon Johnson doesn't start doing shit, then it's like, okay, we've had 3 mayors that have promised to fix our L system and actually get the federal funding.
Had an interest in finding that common ground. So I kind of.
Which I hope that somebody files a lawsuit soon so we can get the money that was allocated by Congress for our projects.
Looked at it and
I still
said,
think that
what you
that's
saw there was
insane
probably
that
they
is
looked at each other, took
even
a
been
measure,
a thing.
They said what they said before about each other. That was then. This.
But Political Punk has a video of Kia Trump, like elites get DEI opportunities. Oh, yeah.
So the past is the past. And
I actually just watched one of his videos earlier.
Features the opportunity for both of them, and they showed respect. And I think that's essential for this president, the way he operates.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a rare. This is not a president who does a lot necessarily of embracing, unifying, showing any semblance of connection with people who otherwise might disagree with him. It seems noteworthy on that front. Jeff Zeleny, I want to. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Jump in. No, go ahead.
The other thing is, I mean, the president also wanted a good meeting.
Who are the people on the side? Oh, this is their little fun thing where they try to emulate online streamers and streaming by putting up a text chain that happens to include either a producer, a writer, or just 2 of their other commentators on the side there.
It's an easy way to take a lot of other pieces of the news off the table, and it served his function.
It's stupid? Yes, it's stupid.
Served his function to say, see, I'm focused on affordability too, given that you just had an election in which it's very clear the public doesn't think he focuses on affordability.
Yeah, no, it serves everybody's interests. Jeff Zeleny, I want to dig in for a second to that point.
Oh, right. Yeah. Trump's granddaughter. I saw that too.
Zoran Mamdani made about Trump voters and Trump Mamdani voters, essentially, and how that flashes back to, we were talking as we were watching about the 2016 campaign trail and the overlap between people who wanted to support Bernie Sanders, but then ended up obviously voting for Donald Trump in the general election. What'd you make of it?
That was extraordinary and at the top of President Trump's mind there. I mean, he's the one who went there and said, there is overlap between our voters, but then immediately reverted back to something he loves to talk about, his winning campaign of 2016. And he talked about the fact that there are these interesting concentric circles. And
it's actually kind of weird to going between all these commentary channels. Fox News even was kind of they didn't know how to handle it. They were still so shell shocked by this that they were just like, whoa, wasn't expecting this. These dweebs are freaking just so, this might have given them a political percentage of 0.25% because they talked about similar issues in their campaigns and blah, 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 blah.
Overlap between Sanders supporters.
I thought there'd be a little bit more something interesting here where they were just like, whoa, that's crazy.
Trump supporters, we saw that in Michigan in 2016. We saw that in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, all states that he won, of course, 4 years later.
You're telling me that there is merit in populist politics by going and saying, hey, we're going to do something about this thing that it is an issue that affects you directly.
He lost.
You're telling me that the economy and agreeing on economic conditions being good.
I thought that was so curious. But
Jesus fuck. CNN, we get it. You wanted a war. Like, it's actually more obvious than ever, where at least Fox News, they still got their guys, so the coverage is going to be like there, and they're still going to get their audience. CNN was just like, please fight, we need this because nobody watches us anymore.
To Ram's point about,
gee, I wonder why.
President Trump, he knew exactly what he was doing today. He's playing host.
I wonder if the Arena text chain is helping them gain some viewers.
One of his favorite things to do is to play host.
And, you know, their commentary by one Rahm Emanuel.
Loves the Oval Office.
You know, bunch of people clamoring to hear what Rahm Emanuel has to say.
He was sitting down, clearly in charge. The mayor-elect was standing above him on the same place that staffers stand, and made the point that, look, he was trying to step into Mamdani's glow a little bit here on affordability.
AP is reporting that MTG is resigning in January.
That was very clear.
Really?
This isn't the time to fight it. Now, this does not mean that this is going to last. The funding fights are going to come, but President Trump is smart.
This is a brief moment in time.
President Trump is smart because that's why he wants people to tune into this relationship. He's quite frankly bored with Congress. He's bored with congressional leaders, and he said it himself. He wanted to be the mayor of New York City, so he loved everything about this meeting and wants people to tune in for
Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, former Trump loyalist, says she's resigning from Congress.
Which may be even more substantive.
What? Yo, what the fuck is coming out about her then? Oh, wait. Is this so she can run for Senate, though?
Interesting.
I want to remind everyone of some of.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Published 6 minutes ago. I know. Breaking news. So here. You know what? Fuck this. Okay, we get it. I hate the fucking AP. We get it. You need money, but holy crap, your pop-ups are insufferable. Fucking A. All right, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, former Trump loyalist, says she is resigning from Congress. I thought Tim McGraw died. Didn't he? I mean, obviously not, but... Wait, didn't he? Who's the one I'm thinking of? Who's that famous country guy that died? Like, recently. I wonder if there's money stuff about to come out about her. It's got to be. There's got to be something. Either that or she is going to go and try and be in the Senate. Breaking news! Oh! Whoa, hold on. I got to put on my Chiron. Hold on, I also got to make sure that this is the feed that I pay for. Hold on. Oh, I don't want to get in trouble, guys. Oh, boy. Sorry. For anybody that doesn't know, I frequent agenda-free TV because it's about as agenda-free as Fox News. But the man does provide me, and me personally, I don't know about you guys, but I get entertained by the guy because he's just that much of a putz. He is like the definition, like you look in the dictionary and there he is, putz. His face just... or him going like, whoa, he's our locale. He is our locale. He is. Bandit, oh my God. As much as you're joking. Who else is? He's our go-to. I've never thought of it that way, but he totally is. Anyway, let's talk about this Marjorie Taylor Greene bit here. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, once loyal supporter of President Donald Trump, who has become a fierce critic, said Friday she is resigning from Congress in January. Trump and Greene have fallen out in a public feud. The Republican Congresswoman from Georgia has criticized Trump's foreign policy focus and his reluctance to release more documents related to ex-offender Jeffrey Epstein. Trump responded by supporting a primary challenge against her and called her wacky Marjorie. Wow, that's it? That's all we got? All right, guys. Well, this is a developing story. Marjorie Taylor Greene to resign in January. We will see what will come of that. Meanwhile, let's go back to this. Fuck the CNN coverage. That was getting boring anyway. We actually have a little bit more of the MTG stuff with ground news reporting in. President Donald Trump withdrew his endorsement of U.S. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, called her a traitor on November 15th after pressing for the release of the Epstein files. Marjorie Taylor Greene accused Donald Trump of protecting pedophile at a press conference with the Epstein victims. Wow, I didn't know that was going to be her end. I was called a traitor by a man that I fought for 6 years for, and I gave him my loyalty for free. I mean, ain't that a bitch? Something leopards. Wow. Okay, so it's all the same reporting from the AP. Gotta love how they get away with... Do they pay for that coverage? I'm sure they do. Anyway. Wow. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, so in the same day, we have Marjorie Taylor Greene announcing she's resigning in January, and we have Zohran Mamdani now being, the Prince of America, dubbed so by Mr. One Donald Trump. Weird. Oh, that's the end. Toby Keith. Yeah, that guy, the Red Solo Cup guy. Yeah. I rarely watch the news. Oh, what up, Joe? Good to see you. Well, you're watching the news today because today's news has been insane. So, no, I do appreciate you guys joining me today. This has been a lot of fun. Not going anywhere, just letting you guys know. This has been a lot of fun. As we don't get a lot of this. A lot of the news that we have has been, damn near devastating, because it's just every day feels like something new, like it's a new existential threat. Which now it seems like this is the way to really piss off the Trump administration, is get Zohran Mamdani in there and have Trump kind of glaze him. Watch the rest of MAGA freak out over it because they understand that it's no, he's in his ear now, and he actually might listen to that guy because he has more power than us. Oh, crap. Oh, man. Pretty funny, but yeah, that was cool. She got her feelings hurt and wants to quit now. Duh. What did she expect? I don't know about that. There's more to this story that's gonna, it's a developing story, and I would not be surprised at all for her to make an announcement that she's running for the Senate. Let's see. Although she might not be able to. When's the deadline to apply to run for Senate in 2026? Doesn't say. Huh, that's weird. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she comes out and says that she's running for Senate. But anyway, again, thank you guys for being here tonight. This is fun. If you guys have not already hit the follow button over on Twitch, please do so, and hit the like button over on YouTube. I really appreciate support, guys. Also, do not forget, you guys can either, if you are already members, you can renew your memberships and help out the channel. It only costs a few dollars per month to help support the stream, get me out into the algorithm. Let's get this this show out there and get a little boost. That really helps out. So if you guys can afford a membership in any capacity, that really helps me out a lot over on YouTube. Same with subs over on Twitch. You guys, specifically those ones, though, if you got the Bezos one, that's the, there's something to be said about giving a leftist the money from your Prime account. But, no, I really do appreciate that. TYT did one thing right, the thing with the Bezos bucks. So, but I also understand if you are already committed. I totally get it, but I genuinely do mean this. If you guys can support the stream just the free way by hitting that like, subscribe, and follow button, that helps me out immensely. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. Anyway, Kyle video on meeting posted 6 minutes ago. All right. Well, we'll take a look at that. Oh God. I mean, I haven't getting to that point with Kyle, but before we do that, we're opening another Pokemon pack. So let's see what we get. Been doing this during the intermissions because I found 4 of these bad boys. Hopefully, I'll be able to find 2 more. So then I might have enough to actually put something together. We'll see. Hey, actually. All right, that's cool. Duraludon. I like the fact that it looks like Godzilla. I'm a sucker for kaiju. What can I say? Granable, Cruel Edge, Punk Helmet again, Lotad, hell yeah. Dugong, Vileplume. Got a bust. 2 Lotads now. All right, now let's take a look at the. Ooh, nice, hell yeah. By the way, Natchkit, welcome to the show. LT, what up, Pep? I watched this Karen's video who admitted that she was a MAGA supporter. Oh, cool. I'll take a look at Kyle's response video to what's going on today, because today has been crazy. Oh my God, wait, Steve!
And she has disagreed with President Trump on some policies. She has disagreed with him. I'm trying to get this right, but I believe the way he has approached the Epstein files.
I found a Pokemon DS or Game Boy game. Nice.
And he called her
I still have my Heart Gold in its package, and I just never opened it. So I accidentally have a collector's item, even though I bought that with the full intention of replaying it.
Trader, remember, recently?
But now that it's worth way more than my advanced edition, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just play my advanced edition.
The best thing we can
also
do
watch the ice arrests in Chicago. Which one? I mean, there's a lot.
Watch her video, and then we can discuss it. Okay? So let's do that.
Is she going back to the farm?
Thanks to our moderators for being here. I really appreciate all of our moderators who are here for our broadcast. And what a weird day, said one of our viewers.
What a weird day.
After the
Indeed.
Mamdani.
That's what I said. It's almost like you should pay me.
Friendly, chummy Mamdani meeting. Cordial Mamdani meeting with President Trump. Hey, Idaho Star and Matthew Kohai 3 are moderating on Twitch. Thanks to Warlord Gord for subscribing on Twitch. Also, thanks to our Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha who moderate for us on X. And thanks to our Facebook moderators. I really appreciate it. Hang on a moment here.
Well, did everyone know MTG is stepping down to join the efforts of forming an...
Hang on a
really?
Now Facebook's misbehaving. Facebook is misbehaving. What a surprise.
That could...
What a surprise. Are we even live on Facebook? I can't even see the video.
No, probably not.
Well, I'm doing my... There it is.
I see it so much on Facebook. Facebook is weird.
Martha Crawford, thanks for subscribing on Facebook.
I just decided not to even try.
Okay, let's do it. We're gonna listen to her. We're gonna read her statement, and we're gonna watch her video.
Okay, cool.
Here is her statement.
Well, we're gonna stick around for it.
It says my official statement.
Oh shit!
See my official statement.
All right.
So let's look at her statement.
Go.
Hang on. I think it's 4 pages.
You
know what? I think the statement may be just the same thing as the video. Let's watch the video because I have a suspicion that maybe the video is the same as the statement. So
laziness prevails. I like this guy.
We're gonna watch her video right now. Here she is.
Is this a joke? No, this is happening, folks. We're living through one of the weirdest days in politics. I don't know. I have whiplash right now.
I want to make it a little bigger on the screen for you. We're going to watch what she has. It's like a 10
That was way more words than the reporting.
Seconds.
Yeah, I know, right?
10 minutes and 42 seconds. Settle in. Here we go. Let me put it on the screen for you. Got to get this all organized so we can hear it.
I didn't realize you could do
Carlos
that.
Rose.
Wait a minute. You can do that? You can just clip and cut Twitter and get the video to be big? I didn't know you could do that. Steve, you taught me something.
So Carlos says, crazy day. Thanks, Crypto King. And Rita, our members. Thanks, Cardinal Glick, who thinks she needs to do hot ones now. And 21. Thanks for your support. All right, here we go. Here is Marjorie Taylor Greene. Here's
God, I keep forgetting that I got to put my Christmas stuff up.
In her own words, my message to Georgia's 14th district in America,
This holiday season's rough, guys, just so you know.
Here we go.
My mom loved Christmas. So.
Everyone. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I've always represented the common American man and woman as a member of the House of Representatives, which is why I've always been despised in Washington, D.C., and just never fit in. Americans are used by the political industrial complex of both political parties, election cycle after election cycle, in order to elect whichever side can convince Americans to hate the other side more. And the results are always the same. No matter which way
Solidarity, Pinkerbell.
the political pendulum swings, Republican or Democrat, nothing ever gets better for the common American man or woman. The debt goes higher, corporate and global interests remain Washington's sweethearts, American jobs continue to be replaced, whether it's by illegal labor or legal labor by visas or just shipped overseas. Small businesses continue to be swallowed by big corporations.
Girl needs a
Americans'
teleprompter.
hard-earned tax dollars.
Well, I mean, to be fair, when you're reading something like this, listen, I don't like doing this because I'm not the greatest reader.
Always fund foreign wars, foreign aid, and foreign interests.
Trust me, try to get me to follow a script for something. There's a reason that I cannot act.
And the spending power of the dollar continues to decline. The average American family can no longer survive on a single breadwinner's income, as both parents have to work in order to simply survive.
Okay, that's
and
not new
today,
news.
many in my children's generation feel hopeless for their future and don't think they will ever realize the American dream. And that breaks my heart. I ran for Congress in 2020 and have fought every single day believing that Make America Great Again meant America first. I have one of the most conservative voting records in Congress, defending the First Amendment, Second Amendment, unborn babies, because I believe
Holy
God
crap.
creates life at
Okay,
conception,
Dawn?
and I
That's a
love
great
to
card,
fight
by
for
the
the little guy. Strong, safe borders, I have fought hard for that.
It's rare
I
when
fought
it does.
against COVID tyrannical insanity and mandated mass vaccinations, and I've never voted to fund foreign wars with your hard-earned tax dollars. However, with almost 1 year into our majority, the legislature has been mostly sidelined. We endured an 8-week shutdown, wrongly, resulting in the House not working for the entire time, and we are entering campaign season,
Sylvie, it's looking like you called
which
it.
means all courage leaves and only safe campaign re-election mode is turned on in the House of Representatives. During the longest shutdown in our nation's history, I raged against my own speaker and my own party for refusing to proactively work diligently to pass a plan to save Americans' health care and protect Americans from outrageous, overpriced, and
popcorn.
unaffordable health
What am I
insurance
doing here?
policies. The House should have been in session working every
Let's enjoy
day
this.
to fix this disaster. But instead, America was force-fed disgusting political drama once again from both sides of the aisle on television every single day. My bills, which reflect many of President Trump's executive orders, like calling for a new census counting Americans only to draw new districts, making English the official language of the U.S., making it a felony to
If you ever needed to be reminded that she sucks,
medically trans a minor, and other bills like eliminating capital gains taxes on the sale of your primary home and eliminating H-1B visas. Just sit. They all sit.
it's really dumb to move. It's a really dumb move to flounce at the peak. Oh, excuse me. Of power, but nobody accused her of making good choices.
Dust. That's how it is for most members of Congress bills.
This is
The
why I try
Speaker
not to
never
reach out like
brings
that, by
them
the way.
to the floor for a vote. Many common Americans are no longer easily convinced by paid political propaganda spokespersons and consultants on TV and paid shills on social media obediently serving with cult-like conviction to force others to swallow the political party talking points. Because they know how much credit card debt they have, they know how much their bills have gone up over the past 5 years. They actually do their own grocery shopping and know food costs too much. Their rent has increasingly gone up and up. They have been outbid by corporate asset managers too many times when they put in an offer to buy a house. They have been laid off after being forced to train their visa holding replacement. The college degree they were told to earn only left them in debt with no big six-figure salary. They see more homeless people than ever on their own community streets. They can't afford health insurance or practically any insurance, and they just aren't stupid. These are the people I represent and love because that is who all of my family and friends are, common Americans. I've been blessed to represent the 14th District of Georgia for 5 years. The district is filled with some of the most wonderful, kind-hearted, God-fearing, patriotic, hardworking people you will ever meet. Good, regular, common Americans. I've
always thought it was weird that was God-fearing, not God-loving.
Worked hard to bring taxpayer dollars back home to help district needs. I impeached Biden's Secretary of Homeland after watching my constituents die as he facilitated dangerous open border invasion into America. And I led the effort to defund hard-left politically biased NPR and PBS and the corrupt USAID, and I did that as chair of the DOJ subcommittee. I have fought harder than almost any other elected Republican to elect Donald Trump and Republicans to power. I traveled the country for years. I spent millions of my own money. I missed precious time with my family that I can never get back. And I showed up in places like outside the New York courthouse in Collect Pond Park against a raging leftist mob as Trump faced Democrat lawfare. Meanwhile, most of the establishment Republicans who secretly hate him and who stabbed him in the back and never defended him against anything
She's spilling some tea on the way out, huh?
have all been welcomed in right after the election. And I will never forget the day I had to leave my mother's side as my father had brain surgery to remove cancerous tumors.
Nabil 225, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that.
In order to fly to Washington, D.C. to defend President Trump and vote no against the Democrats' second impeachment in 2021. My poor father and my poor mother, it was way too much for all of us. Through it all, I never changed or went back on my campaign promises and only disagreed in a few areas, like my stance against H-1Bs replacing American jobs, AI state moratoriums, debt for life 50-year mortgage scams, standing strongly against all involvement in foreign wars, and demanding the release of the Epstein files. Other than that, my voting record has been solidly with my party and the president. Loyalty should be a two-way street, and we should be able to vote our conscience and represent our district's interests because our job title is literally representative. America first should mean America first and only Americans first, with no other foreign.
Yep, she's going to start the official America First party, and then she's going to have the hats and all that bullshit.
Country ever being attached to America first in our halls of government. Standing up for American women who were raped at 14 years old, trafficked and used by rich, powerful men should not result in me being called a traitor and threatened by the President of the United States, whom I fought for.
You know, we can laugh all we want at this, but this is the exact same way that QAnon and Trump even became a thing, so we got to be careful here.
However, while yes, hurtful, my heart remains filled with joy, my life is filled with happiness, and my true convictions remain unchanged because my self-worth is not defined by a man, but instead by God who created everything in existence. You see, I have never valued.
Did she break up with that guy?
Power, titles, or attention.
Seems like she broke up with that guy.
In spite of all the wrong assumptions about me. I do not cling to those things because they are meaningless and empty traps that hold too many people in Washington. I believe in term limits and do not think Congress should be a lifelong career or an assisted living facility. My only goal and desire has ever been to hold the Republican Party accountable for the promises it makes to the American people and put America first.
Which is the perfect time for progressives to split from the Dems, to be honest.
And I have fought
both parties are in the staring contest
against Democrats damage.
Well, not necessarily, because so if she does an America First party and it's truly a break from the Republican Party, I'm sorry, but that's not going to have any traction. But if she's able to sway the Republicans in there to see that she's possibly the future past Trump because Trump is kind of in a lame duck period, that could work.
Policies like the Green New Deal, wide open, deadly, unsafe border policies, and the trans agenda on children and against women.
Now, this is where the Elise Stefanik's need to get the fuck out of the way. Otherwise, you are all going to get left behind.
with that has brought years of non-stop, never-ending personal attacks, death threats, lawfare, ridiculous slander and lies about me that most people could never withstand even for a single day. It has been unfair and wrong, not only to me, but especially to my family, but it's been wrong to my district as well. I have too much self-respect and dignity. I love my family way too much, and I do not want my sweet district to have to endure a hurtful and hateful primary against me by the president.
Cass just sent this to me. He's like, oh shit, you saw it.
That we all fought for, only to fight and win my election while Republicans will...
Hey, look, I'm breaking news, Kaz. That's how it goes. You know, I'll stick to my thing, you stick to yours.
Likely lose the midterms, and in turn, be expected to defend the president against impeachment after he hatefully dumped tens of millions of dollars against me and tried to destroy me. It's all so absurd and completely unserious. I refuse to be a battered wife, hoping it all goes away and gets better. If I am cast aside by the president and the MAGA political machine and replaced by neocons, big pharma, big tech, military-industrial war complex, foreign leaders, and the elite donor class...
Oh my God. See, this might not work for her, though, because she's trying to say that they're all neocons.
...that can never, ever relate to real Americans, then many common Americans
she got Pence.
Have been cast aside and replaced.
You can try there, honey.
There is no plan.
You'll have the veterans and the few YouTubers, but I don't think you're going to go too far, because I know Laura Loomer ain't going to be backing you.
To save the world, or a 4D chess game being played.
Good. Mission accomplished. Lunatic Marjorie Taylor Brown is gone.
When common...
Who's the next lunatic to go?
American people realize and
LT.
understand that the political industrial complex of both parties is ripping this country apart.
And that's the thing, the left eye really is... Wait, the left is really the America First Party. We believe that having happy workers improves American production, and that having well-fed, healthy workers increases American production. Yep. That funding sciences increases America's standing in leadership in tech, and helping people buy food helps American farmers and American dominance in food production. Don't forget the health, like you said, the health workers, but let's emphasize that, keeping them
apart. That not one elected leader like me,
keeping them happy and healthy,
is able to stop Washington.
Oh, damn, she's going nuclear. She really is.
Machine from gradually destroying
she's done.
Our country. And instead, the reality is that they, common Americans, the people, possess the real power.
Although with this, now we have to look at her appearances on The View and everything leading up to this and kind of parse where is she going with it.
Over Washington.
Sylvia already insinuated that she's trying to start her new white nationalist party, but
I'll be here by their side to rebuild it. Until then, I'm going back to the people that I love, to live my life to the fullest as I always have, and I look forward to a new path ahead. I'll be resigning from office with my last day being January 5th, 2026. And I look forward to seeing many of you again sometime in the future. May God bless you all. And
dude, wouldn't that be hilarious? Because they now have to have a special election if a lefty won.
May God bless America.
Wow. So that was Marjorie Taylor Greene. A lot there. I mean, it was a 10.5-minute video. And but you heard.
Well, this is why it is okay. Like when you're an online commentator there, Steve, which I guess you're just I break the news and then I give my opinions, which not a bad thing.
Some of the things
still. 10-minute video. This is where giving your opinions on a few things, like maybe doing a halfway through, would have been okay.
What she was saying is she says she's first and foremost for the common
Tucker MTG ticket
people, the common Americans.
Good luck.
She certainly had a bunch of complaints about President.
I hope you guys understand that Tucker Carlson is nowhere near as popular as a lot of people perceive him to be.
Trump. She said she didn't want to subject her district to a primary, which she said she would win, but President Trump would oppose her. And then she said she thinks the GOP will lose the midterms and that Republicans in Congress will have to defend Trump from impeachment. She also said, I think she said something like, I don't want to be a battered woman kind of thing. And you heard her talk about the political industrial complex of both parties. Did I say she said loyalty should be a two-way street? She said America first should be America first. She complained about President Trump's handling of the Epstein files. And a number of our viewers think she's going to run for president. A number of our viewers have said that in the chat. Some of our viewers were commenting how it sounded like some sort of...
Was Steve taking notes? I didn't see him write anything down. That's why I'm like, huh?
Campaign speech.
It didn't look like he was typing
she
either.
hasn't said what she's doing yet. But
unless he has a producer that sent him bullet points on it, which I could see that being a thing.
Quite striking. Quite striking, and wow. Again,
if he doesn't have a producer, I'd be shocked.
The most prominent members of Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene, is resigning. And she is, her last day is January 5th. January 5th. I'm going to take some comments from you guys, but wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what I'm waiting for. Let's see what the comments section has to say.
Let me take some comments from you guys. First of all, let me, I need to thank a couple people. Thank you to Mr. Worldhide and Longboard Ninja Master and PH Survivor 92, who says, didn't see this coming from Marjorie Taylor Greene. Thank you. Thank you, 420 Stosh. 420 Stosh thinks he's joining Musk's America First party. I haven't heard any reporting on that. We don't know what she's doing. Next. AZ Intel's dad, thanks so much. Ander6591, who thinks she is more down to earth and common sense now. Thanks, Panic9383, for being a member. Thank you, Tie Shoes, for your support. Thank you, our member, Bella Sadist. Thanks,
Bandit. Was that
Rita, our viewer, thinks this is a campaign.
What's your alt account over there?
Political campaign ad, but not quite sure for what yet. Thanks, Carlos Rosa, as well. All right, so I want to take some comments from you guys. I haven't seen a post from President Trump yet. I did see a new post from President Trump, but not about this. Just so you know, President Trump posted, not about this, but President Trump said about 18 minutes ago, so after this news had come out, if I can do this here. Now, hold on a minute here. Oh, I see. President Trump said
she bails after Trump withdraws her endorsement of her, proving she could not have won on her own, and she knew it.
Minnesota under Governor Walz is a hub of fraudulent money laundering activity. I am, as President of the United States, hereby terminating effective immediately the temporary protected status program for Somalis in Minnesota. Somali gangs are terrorizing the people of that great state, and billions of dollars are missing. Send them back to where they came from.
I swear to God, half the time I'm starting to think that he might not be tweeting this, and this is all Stephen Miller.
President DJT. So that has nothing to do with Marjorie Taylor Greene. So I don't want to get into that for right now.
Because he goes from the Zoran meeting to hating Somalis like that? Really?
Posted that about 18 minutes ago, 19 minutes ago. Anyways, but wow, big news. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
How about reading some of them comments there, Stephen?
Resigning. Look at the headline. Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, former Trump loyalist, says she's resigning from Congress.
Well, he is Trump. I mean, true.
Let's see. Twitcher says, wonder...
I 100% thought that today, that Miller was the one writing all this garbage. I don't know. That one seems to be the one, like, after everything that went on today, and to not mention the Zoran meeting... That's the first tweet he puts out. It really does seem like, yeah, the phone is in Miller's hand, and he's just like, what's he going to say about it?
If she will run for Georgia governor. That's what Twitcher said.
I don't think Trump even knows his Twitter password.
Now, there is a Georgia governor election coming up. That is true. Could she run as a third-party candidate in Georgia? I have no idea.
Yeah, good luck.
I don't know if she wanted to. I mean, you heard her talk about what she called the political industrial complex, that includes both parties. Annie Cush thought it sounded like a campaign speech. Our viewer Mikey thinks she wants to run for governor. Thanks, Got Me Some, for your support. Got Me Some says she was threatened and her family was threatened. Death threats are no joke. I'm proud that she spoke the truth before leaving office. Annuity expert says she made a talking head TV deal, maybe. Some of our viewers think she's going to go on TV. Now, if she does go on TV, that doesn't mean she's not going to run for something. If she wanted to run for something eventually like president, maybe she thinks that being on TV would be good publicity for her. I don't know. Nitz Guy says maybe she will run at governor. Brian Kemp can't run again.
I don't know. I think the governor thing makes sense, but then also,
hang on a moment here.
Yeah, nobody's mentioning the Senate. Yeah, I wonder. I honestly
Brian
don't
Kemp,
know.
This is his second term, so you can't serve 3 straight terms in Georgia. He assumed office in 2019.
In Illinois.
The next Georgia senator I think there's a Georgia senator election in 2026. Isn't Ossoff up for election in 2026? I think. If I have that right. Yes, there is a Senate election in Georgia. John Ossoff is the incumbent. R. Walt says, I suspect a media deal with Fox News. Do you think she'd be on Fox News? With all of the complaints about Trump and complaints about the political industrial complex, do you think Fox News would have her on?
No. TYT maybe. That'd be fucking wild. Our newest TYT contributor, Marjorie Taylor Greene, of course.
Okay, you can see here, the White House did not immediately respond to a message seeking comment Friday night. I mean, one aspect of this whole thing is she was a huge Trump supporter.
This is weird that she's dropping this on a Friday, too, right before the weekend.
So, is this some sign of fracturing of the MAGA movement?
Is this some... Yeah, have you been asleep for like the past 2 weeks here? Did you miss the Nick Fuentes stuff?
AP says she swept to office at the forefront of Trump's MAGA movement. She swiftly became a lightning rod on Capitol Hill for her often beyond mainstream views as she embraced the QAnon supremacist. Greene was opposed by party leaders, but welcomed by Trump. He called her a real winner. Yet over a time, she proved a deft legislator, having aligned herself with then GOP leader Kevin McCarthy, who would go on to become on the right flank until McCarthy was ousted in 2023.
Action just gave a little history on her.
Will ripple throughout the ranks and raise questions about her next move. What is her next move going to be?
Yes, I come on with this bullshit, dude.
Hang on a moment here. The Washington Post says...
Give me 1 second. Bullshit. Bullshit. What do you mean I have no errors? Bullshit. I'm obviously having a fucking error here. All right, that's it. I'm playing games. Second here, guys. Tired. Yeah, it's not my internet. It's YouTube.